Right.
Members of Darlington Borough Council, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now being live streamed. Please receive the Worshipful Mayor of Darlington, Councillor Chris McEwen.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the ordinary meeting of the Council. Before we start this evening, I would like to invite Jan Mole, who is a member of my mayoral chaplaincy team, to say a few words. Jan.
Thank you, Chris. And good evening, everyone. My name is Jan Mole, as I've just been introduced. And as a humanist, I am pleased to be a member of the multi-faith chaplaincy team supporting our Mayor Chris McEwen during his year in office. I've been asked by Chris to say these few words, but as I'm not familiar with the protocol or traditions of these meetings, I apologise in advance if I transgress. Whilst I'm not going to talk to you about humanism, the Humanist UK website does a much better job of that. I am, however, often asked, what is a humanist? And I like to reduce a long, rambling and complex reply to the succinctness of someone who thinks for themselves and acts for others. And in that context, I'd like you to know a little bit about me. I've been a humanist since I was 12, although for 40 years I didn't have a word for it. I'm now a volunteer humanist chaplain with the team in Durham Prison and a member of Darlington Sacre, and a volunteer humanist school visitor. After retiring as a teacher in the town, I became a humanist celebrant for a number of years. At a very simplified level, my understanding of a council is that councillors are elected by the local people to represent them and to look after their best interests. Well, given the diversity of any community in the 21st century, this must be a very complex task, and one requiring a great deal of information, understanding and tolerance. But reflecting the diversity of the community can't be a bad thing. And so I commend Chris and his choice of an inclusive chaplaincy team. For as a team, we will bring a variety of beliefs, ideologies, attitudes and cultures to the table. And then it's up to us to find a way to work together as human beings. And so teamwork is perhaps the message I would like to relay this evening, particularly in terms of fair representation of our community. Sadly, this morning, I listened to an extreme example of what can happen when intransigence sets in. Mary McAleese, who was twice President of Ireland and born in Belfast in the 1950s, talked about how she witnessed the Troubles as they started and how they went on to wreak havoc and pain on both sides. It was a dreadful time and one that many of us can remember vividly. But more positively, this brings me to another inspirational woman, the late Jo Cox, who was MP for Batley and who sadly lost her life in June 2016, and whose words are certainly embedded in my psyche. And I'd like to leave you with these words, which I believe are a wonderful guide for living in society today. We are far more united and have far more in common with each other than things that divide us. Thank you.
Many thanks, Jan. I'm sure we will all reflect on those words very carefully during the meeting. I'm sure, colleagues, I don't need to speak at length regarding virtual meeting protocols. We are becoming well versed in them. However, just a quick reminder that microphones should remain on mute at all times during the meeting unless you are invited to speak, at which point you should unmute your microphone and address the meeting, subsequently remembering to place your microphone back on mute once you've finished speaking. If you do wish to speak, you should indicate this by using the raise hand function on the menu control bar. Again, I'm confident you're well versed in these techniques. I'm being supported by Democratic Services staff who will help me keep track of who is wanting to speak. It may take a little time to relay any messages, so I do ask for your patience and understanding if I don't respond to you immediately. Once you've spoken, please can I ask you to lower your virtual hand once again. A few more matters. In terms of how we interact during this meeting, I've written to you all very recently, and I will not go further than that, other than to say I'm confident you've read and taken on board what I had to say. The second point is in relation to the technical aspects of points of order, and I would thank Mr. Swinhoe for circulating some refresher guidance for us all. I would ask that if you do have a point of order, you verbally indicate that you, sorry, I do apologise, you say, Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order. I will then ask the person speaking to mute, and I will bring you back in to clarify what your point of order is. Finally, in terms of meeting length, I am very hopeful that it will not be as long as it was last time. However, it may be I choose to have a short 5 minutes recess to allow us to stretch. I did point out at the last meeting that it is important that we don't stay sat for more than 2 hours. But don't worry, Councillor Darian Wright, I won't be asking you to lead us all in some mass exercise movement. Okay, thank you, colleagues. Item number 1 is attendance at the meeting. We've undertaken a roll call as members joined the meeting just before we began, and I can confirm that we have 49 members in attendance using Teams, and we have another member, Councillor Howell, who will join us shortly or during the meeting. So consequently, there is no need to note any apologies because we are all present except Councillor Howell, who will join us shortly. And indeed, we do not have to indicate that those not present are recorded as absent because they are all present. Item number 2 is the minutes of the meeting of the Council, a copy of which has been previously circulated. Are there any corrections to the previously circulated minutes? There are no corrections. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 16th of July 2020 are a correct record and that the common seal be affixed thereto. Do I have a seconder? I think that was Councillor Cousins who seconded. Please can all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand. We have a majority, that's carried. Thank you, Mrs. Swinhoe. Item number 3 is declarations of interest. Do any members wish to declare an interest? Members, can you lower your hand unless you wish to declare an interest, please? I've got Councillor Allen.
I lowered my hand,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can I bring in Councillor Renton?
No, the system's been very slow with me. I did put my hand down.
Okay, so I presume that nobody wishes to declare an interest. Okay, item number 5 is announcements. There are 2 announcements to make this evening. As members will be aware, Suzanne Joyner, our current Director of Children and Adult Services, is leaving to join Rotherham Metropolitan Borough Council as Director of Children's Services. I would just like to take this opportunity to wish her all the best in a new role and thank her for a significant contribution to adult and children's services in our town of Darlington. And I'm sure my thanks are also shared by colleagues. James Stroyan has taken over as Acting Director of Children and Adult Services on an interim basis, and I'd like to welcome James to his first meeting of the Council this evening. Finally, this is the last meeting of Council before Miriam Davison, Director of Public Health, retires. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Miriam for all her work with the Council over many years and wish her all the best in her retirement. Additionally, Miriam also worked within the NHS, and I, being an ex-NHS employee, certainly know some of the people that she worked with, and speaking to a number of them over the last couple of weeks, they asked me to pass on their best wishes and regards for the future, and they certainly echoed what I wish to say tonight. So it's not just from local authority worlds, Miriam, it's also from the NHS, where you, for a number of years, provided valuable public service. Item number 6. Okay. Apologies if you bear with me, colleagues. Item number 4, I do apologise, is the order of sealing. I move that the register of documents which have been sealed since the last meeting of Council be signed by myself, and I have signed them. Please, can all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand? We have a majority, that is carried. Can you please lower your virtual hands, please, now? Item number 6A is questions with notice from the public, and there are 2 questions for consideration this evening. The first question has been submitted by Mr. David Clark and is addressed to Councillor Marshall. As Mr. Clark is unable to attend the meeting, I shall ask the question on his behalf and invite Councillor Marshall to respond accordingly. Mr. Clark's question reads as follows. Regarding approved planning application Berrymead Farm, reference 15/00804/out, signed Section 106 legal agreement February 2020, includes a contribution of £177,105.68 for a large roundabout on the A1150 at the bottom of Springfield Park. Also regarding approved planning application 15/01050/out, land at Birtree Lane, Section 106 agreement signed August 2020, includes a contribution of £191,395 for the same larger roundabout on the A1150 bottom of Springfield. If an access road across Springfield Park has been removed from the draft local plan, why is this large roundabout still required? I'd now like to invite Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer in 3 fairly quick parts. The first part is to say that this roundabout has nothing to do with Springfield Park. The existing mini roundabout is a heavily constraining feature on the A150. a larger roundabout will ease existing traffic flows in all directions. And finally, as a part of the early planning process, this was identified as an issue and the solution to which has been a larger roundabout. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The second question has been submitted by Mrs. Angela Smedley, and this is also addressed to Councillor Marshall. Again, as Mrs. Smedley is unable to attend the meeting, I shall ask the question on her behalf and invite Councillor Marshall to respond accordingly. Mrs. Smedley's question reads as follows. Following Darlington Council's decision to relocate the market to the square, I presume Market Square, footfall has dropped dramatically. A third of traders have left to trade elsewhere. Several neighbouring outdoor markets, Redcar, Stockton and Northallerton, are seeing increases in trade with little loss of traders. Traders submitted a risk assessment to Microsure on the 6th of June, but as yet have not received a response. The government acknowledges that outdoor markets are the safest place to shop, and Darlington outdoor traders wish to demonstrate that they can safely do so within the pedestrian heart where footfall is greater. Our market heritage is at risk, and when will traders' current position be reviewed? I would now like to invite Councillor Marshall to respond. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer in two sections. The first section refers to the risk assessment. The traders did submit a risk assessment, and officers have, sorry, I'll start again. They did submit a risk assessment, and she says that officers have not responded to her. This is untrue. Officers have assured me that they and MAM engage with traders to explain our rationale to move traders to the Market Square, and we remain committed to this approach, which we consider to be the safest option to maintain social distancing. Following the decision to relocate the market to the Market Square, footfall has dropped. We agree with that. We recognise that current trading conditions are challenging, and council members have raised this during regular communications with MAM, and they are committed to a focused action plan to develop outdoor markets in the Market Square. With regarding the traders who have moved elsewhere, as I said, MAM are committed to increasing the number of traders within the Market Square. And some statistics that I got from them, which were for the end of August, pre-lockdown, there were 24 traders per week. And post-lockdown, there were 25 traders per week, and more are promised. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Item number 6B is questions with notice from members to Cabinet and chairs. And there are 3 questions for consideration this evening. I would like to invite Councillor Cindy Hughes to ask her question to Councillor Mrs. Scott. I will then ask Councillor Mrs. Scott to respond accordingly. Councillor Hughes, Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to the resolution adopted by this council on 16th July 2020 relating to the actions agreed to address the growing needs of Darlington's estimated 9,000 children and young people living in poverty, the 4,640 people now claiming universal credit and associated benefits, the 14,300 furloughed workers, 3,000 individuals claiming self-employment support, and many others facing an uncertain future. Can you please indicate which of the actions Council resolved to do have been done and the dates they were actually completed? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Mrs. Scott to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Hughes, in response to your questions, question 1, highlight to vulnerable residents of Darlington that they should apply to the hardship fund, the crisis fund, and the recently funded food poverty provision. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice because I've got a cold, so I will try to answer in the best way that I possibly can. The hardship fund is to help residents in receipt of council tax support. The council has automatically awarded up to £150 to all recipients of council tax support. As it has been awarded automatically and without the need for any application, we've not had to promote the take-up. But people who have benefited, approximately 7,000 from this, will see this from their council's tax statements. The council has awarded £1,112,952 from the council tax hardship fund to help those residents in receipt of council tax support. With the council support funding, the Bread and Butter Thing charity has been operating in Darlington in our most deprived ward since March. Since the 16th of July, they've made 1,940 deliveries. This equates to approximately 25 tonnes of food. This is approximately 59,000 meals. Citizens Advice Bureau have been contracted to attend the Bread and Butter hubs to engage with residents in deprived communities and help them access support from various sources. The campaign, Darlow Millions, has been promoted to help people access their full entitlement to benefits and support if they are in hardship. The full maximisation of benefits between March and June this year was £348,679. The Council's Crisis Fund is operated by Citizens Advice Bureau, and they use their procedures to raise awareness of the fund on behalf of the Council. The Council have been signposting people using social media to Darlington Benefits Entitlement Action Team in the Citizens Advice Bureau. This is to support people who have suffered from financial hardship in not just by benefit take-up, but by also accessing the other options available. The Citizens Advice administer the Crisis Fund.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Heather Scott. Councillor Hughes, you may ask a supplementary question without notice, providing the question arises out of the original question or the reply received. Councillor Cindy Hughes, do you wish to ask a supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's actually clarifying my first question because there were a few more items that we actually agreed as a council at our meeting in July, and they were to write to the Secretary of State. I believe that that was one of the things that we agreed, and also to lobby our MPs. And it might be that Councillor Mrs. Scott missed that part off, but my question actually was in relation to the resolved actions that we agreed.
I will answer the rest of them, Councillor Hughes. It was just because you just introduced it by the first part. Okay. The second item, to write to the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions. I have to admit that this is an oversight on my behalf. I have been lobbying both our MPs on behalf of the welfare of children and young people in Darlington, and lobbying them obviously on the universal credit. I omitted to write to the Secretary of State. I do apologise, and I assure you a letter will be sent off tomorrow from myself on behalf of the Council. This was an oversight, and I do apologise for that. And the third part of your question was to instruct the Managing Director to commission the ongoing Children and Young Person Positive Needs Assessment. Work is underway, and it is anticipated that a document will be presented to members in November. I hope that answers all of your questions, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. If I could now move to invite Councillor Michael Nicholson, who I think has raised his hand. If you could lower your hand now, Councillor Michael Nicholson, to ask your question of Councillor Mrs. Scott, and then I'll ask Councillor Mrs. Scott to respond accordingly. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, as I say, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following on from the adoption on the 16th of July, the motion on COVID-19 and increasing poverty levels in Darlington, I would like to know how much help people can get from the Hardship Fund and the Crisis Fund. The eligibility criteria to receive this help, what these funds can be used for, and how much money has been claimed to date.
Councillor Mrs Heather Scott to reply.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, I think I've more or less answered your questions in the previous response to Councillor Hughes. I can go through it again. Obviously the money that has been awarded from the Council Tax Hardship Fund is £1,112,952, and that was to help the residents in receipt of council tax support. The Crisis Fund is used to support people who cannot afford goods or services and where there's a health risk to themselves or their partner, or people who have suffered from an emergency resulting in their home being uninhabitable, such as a fire or a flood. There's also a financial assessment. Support is more in the form of tangible help, such as food, clothing, consumables, transport, emergency accommodation, food vouchers, and so on, rather than financial payments. The majority of the money is now for gas and electric, a payments card, which may link with some people spending more time at home since COVID-19. The Financial Crisis Fund is administered by Darlington Citizen Advice Bureau. The amount spent on the Crisis Fund from April 2020 to August 2020 was £5,063. I hope that answers your questions, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Scott. Councillor Michael Nicholson, you may ask one supplementary question without notice, providing the question arises out of your original question or the reply received. Do you wish to ask a supplementary, Councillor Nicholson? You're on mute, Councillor Nicholson.
I'm just saying the reply that she just gave Councillor Hughes before me and the reply she just gave me, I'm happy with that. I've wrote everything down. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving now to our final question with notice to Cabinet. I'd like to invite Councillor Wallace to ask his question to Councillor Marshall. I'll then ask Councillor Marshall to respond accordingly. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked Councillor Marshall at the last Cabinet meeting whether any further work had been undertaken on access points from the proposed Skirningham development into Winfield and Harrogate Hill. Members will recall that during the debate regarding a potential road through Springfield Park in January 2020, the so-called Springfield Link Road, we received a briefing from officers. Presentation stated that at that time, 4 access points were assumed: from the A167 over the East Coast Main Line, the Springfield Link Road, at Winbush Way, and at Barmpton Lane. The presentation stated that in traffic management terms, the Springfield Link Road was, quote, very beneficial. On the basis that the Springfield Link Road did not proceed, the presentation indicated 4, quote, possible alternative or additional road infrastructure points, quote, unquote, at Whitebridge Drive, Bewley Drive, Sparrowhall Drive, and Winbush Way. At that time, no consideration had been given to those roads. And can I just confirm, Mr. Mayor, that both I and the Labour Group are very happy that the Springfield Link Road has been abandoned. Can I thank Councillor Marshall for his subsequent written reply to me? He stated, bullet point 1, there's been no further specific traffic modelling in relation to Springfield Park and Skirningham. Bullet point 2, I think you must be referring to figure 6.1, which showed 6 potential access points to Skirningham. Figure 6.1 in the proposed submission local plan does not show any access points. That was a reply I received from Councillor Marshall. So my question is, can Councillor Marshall clarify, please, 1, why no further work has been undertaken since January 2020 on traffic modelling between the proposed Skirningham scheme and the existing road infrastructure in Winfield and Harrogate Hill, given the concerns about the significant increase in traffic numbers as a result of the removal of the Springfield Link Road. And secondly, whether he is able to reassure residents in the 4 possible alternative or additional road infrastructure access points at Whitebridge Drive, Bewley Drive, Sparrowhall Drive and Winbush Way that they will be not considered as links to the proposed Skirningham scheme. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Marshall to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your questions, Councillor Wallace, and for your response to my written response to you. Anyway, to answer your questions, with regarding to the traffic modelling, the traffic modelling that has been carried out went way beyond what is normally expected for a local plan. And once it was confirmed that Skirningham would be viable without that access, modelling ceased, and no further modelling has taken place. With regards to your second question, with regards to possible access, if and when a planning application is submitted, detailed access arrangements will be highlighted in that application. They will then be modelled and any mitigation measures identified. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Wallace, you may ask a supplementary question without notice, providing the question arises out of the original question or the reply received. Councillor Wallace, do you wish to ask a supplementary question?
I do, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. I have to say I'm astonished by your reply. I don't know if Councillor Marshall has visited these potential link roads. Bewley Drive is a small cul-de-sac. Whitebridge Drive is on the same self-contained estate, which is heavily traffic calmed. Routing traffic through there from Skirningham would be a disaster. Does Councillor Marshall know Sparrowhall Drive, which is a single carriageway dead-end road with a difficult junction onto Winbush Way? Does he believe that adding yet more traffic onto Winbush Way and Barmton Lane is at all sensible? Councillor Marshall, you and your fellow Cabinet members have had 9 months to examine the logic of removing the Springfield Link Road, and you've done precisely nothing. You've left residents in these affected areas in limbo. Can I ask Councillor Marshall this? Blocking the possibility of the Springfield Link Road was explicitly a political decision by the Cabinet. Will he commit this evening to making a similar pledge that the suggested links at Whitebridge Drive, Bewley Drive, Sparrowhall Drive and Winbush Way will also never be built? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Marshall, reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will refer to my previous answer, and what we have is a draft local plan, not yet submitted. And as a result of that local plan, if and when a planning application comes forward, everything will be on the table to have a look at. And there will be detailed discussions. There will be a number of possible access points, and all will be considered during the master planning and subsequent applications. This is a local plan. This is a spatial development. This is not a detailed planning application. And normally at these stages, detailed accesses are not considered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Thank you, colleagues. Item number 7 is to consider reports to be decided by the Council which have not been considered by Cabinet. And there is one report for consideration this evening. Item 7A is Register of Village Greens, and the report has been circulated to all members. I now call upon the Assistant Director, Law and Governance, to introduce the report. Mr. Swinhoe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members, this report proposes a minor change to the constitution of the Council to the scheme of delegation, and it's to deal with an anomaly which has been identified concerning the way that the registration process for Village Greens works. So currently the scheme of delegation provides a process for dealing with new applications for the registration of Village Greens. The delegation is to the Assistant Director, Law and Governance, for determination of new applications and then if an objection is received, it goes forward for independent inspection. We get very few applications, and we've never yet had an application to amend an entry to the Register of Village Greens until now. So what this report is doing is to deal with the issue of an application to amend, and it's a minor amendment to the scheme of delegation to put it on the same footing as new applications. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Swindle. Mrs. Swindle, can you go to mute, please? Yeah, thank you, Mr. Swindle. Are there any questions to the Assistant Director, Law and Governance, of a technical or factual nature on the report? Please raise your electronic hand if you have a question. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me, I'm just trying to find the right part. On page 10, the Constitution, Part 1, on the penultimate line, it refers to shall, whilst on Part 2, on the penultimate line, it refers to may. I'd like to know what the significant difference is between those two words. And also, Part 2, the final sentence, wording towards the middle, all matters which require oral representations or an inquiry. I just wondered who actually determines which is required. And also para 7, the final sentence, I'm sort of nonplussed as to why that sentence is there at all, because it seems to be completely negative and a non-sentence. It reads, however, there is no provision for dealing with applications to correct the register where the applicant believes that a mistake was made in registration. But then there's no follow-on to say what we're going to do to correct the fact that currently there is no provision. Sorry if it's a bit convoluted, but it confused me.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Mr. Swindle to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the issue you've identified on the appendix, the shall and the may, it really should be shall for both. So I think that needs to be corrected. So if members are willing to approve that amendment, because the process will be that it's dealt with under delegation, and then if there is an objection to either an application to amend the register or a new application, it will go to an independent inspection process. On the issue of the point that you raised about paragraph 7, the position that we find ourselves in, we've received an application to amend an existing entry to the register, but we don't have a process to deal with it at the moment. We only have a process to deal with new applications. So the amendment is to enable the same process that we have to deal with new applications to be able to be used for amendments to the register. So it's a change to the scheme of delegation to extend it to include amendments to the register as well as dealing with new applications. I think, as I indicated earlier, we have very few applications, and we've never yet had an application to amend an already existing entry onto the register. What was the other point that you made? There were 3 points.
It was on the appendix on page 10, part 2. The final sentence, in the case of contested matters, or matters which require oral representations or an inquiry, an independent inspector may be appointed to determine the application. Who will make the decision as to whether an inspector will be asked to determine or not?
Yeah, it's me, the Assistant Director, Law and Governance, but it's a fairly automatic process. So if we do have an objection, then the objection wouldn't be dealt with under delegation, but it would go to an independent inspector process.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Swinhoe. Any further technical questions? Mrs. Swinhoe, can you mute, please? Thank you. So there's no further technical questions. And I'll call upon Councillor Johnson to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, Mr. Swinhoe has already presented my introduction, but I will go through it fairly quickly and perhaps reinforce what he's already said. The report is to make a correction to the Commons Registration Register for which the Council is responsible. And it appears there's no mechanism to change an entry in the register if that entry is subsequently determined to be incorrect. The determination of incorrect will be carried out by an independent inspector who would request representations from interested parties and, if required, call a public inquiry. Appendix 1 details the necessary changes to the text. So I move the report as recommended in paragraph 4 for reasons given in paragraph 5. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If you can mute now. Is that seconded? That's been seconded by a number of colleagues. I now invite members to enter into discussion on the reports. If you wish to discuss the reports, please raise your electronic hand. So, Councillor Boddy and Councillor Boddy.
Yes, councillors. So I take it that we are taking Mr. Swinhoe's suggested amendment to read that both parts should read shall rather than one part, the second part reading may.
Is that a question for Councillor Johnson, or is that a technical question? Councillor Boddy.
I think it's a question for Councillor Johnson. I think Mr. Swinhoe's made his position clear on that.
Councillor Johnson to reply. You're on mute, Councillor Johnson. You're still on mute, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had difficulties myself. I would have to ask Mr. Swinhoe whether it's shall or may, and I'll wait for that answer. I don't think it's up to me to make that decision. Thank you.
Further questions, I think.
Councillor McEwen, you're on mute.
Yes, I've realised that. Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Linda Hughes, you raise your hand as well. Do you wish to speak?
No, sorry, I clicked the button by mistake.
Okay, so we've had one question from Councillor Boddy. Councillor Johnson has suggested that it is that Mr. Swinhoe may wish to respond. Mr. Swinhoe, anything on the how we resolve the shall and the may?
Yes, it's shall, as I indicated earlier. I mean, if an objection has been received, it needs to be adjudicated by an independent process, so it would be shall.
If you could mute Mr. Swinhoe. So from a approval perspective, do we note something in the minutes to this effect, or do we need to move a formal amendment?
Yeah, if I mean, the process from a formal perspective would be that an amendment is to be moved and seconded, so that the report is received by members with the amended paragraph reading shall. That's paragraph 2 rather than may. But I don't know whether you would be willing to put that proposal to members yourself and invite a seconder, or you want Councillor Johnson to put that to members and then ask for a seconder.
Mute. If I may, Councillor Johnson, if I move what has been suggested by Mr. Swinhoe, and perhaps you'd wish to second that as an amendment?
I will second that, Mr. Mayor.
We now move to discussion on the amendment. Is there any question or comment? Yeah. Colleagues, could I ask if anybody opposes the amendment to raise your electronic hand, please? So that is unopposed. Might I suggest, or I would suggest that this becomes the substantive motion. Are we in agreement, colleagues? Please raise your electronic hand. Colleagues could wait a few moments while we count the hands. Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Item number 8 is to consider Cabinet reports and recommendations, and there are 9 reports for consideration this evening. The reports have been circulated to all members. I will invite each Cabinet member in turn to introduce their report, perhaps make some comment if they wish, and members will then be given the opportunity to make comment and ask question of that Cabinet member. Item 8A is the overview of the Leader of the Council, and I would invite Councillor Mrs Heather Scott, to introduce her report. Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just before I move my report, can I ask a question of you? We noticed this evening that you're not wearing the normal mayoral chains. I just wondered if there's a reason for that?
Yeah, by way of explanation, there was nobody to pin them because we need to adopt certain COVID safe procedures. Consequently, I wish to wear some chains, and I made a decision to wear the rural chains, which I can fit myself, and they do not need pinning to my suit. If I were to wear the other chains, Leader, they would be falling down to my ankles every time I moved. So I took a decision to wear these. I hope everybody is accepting of that decision and supportive, apart from Councillor Johnson. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
In this climate, Leader, one must always be cognizant and aware of the need to be COVID secure.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but at least we noticed that you weren't wearing the normal chains.
I'm surprised you didn't say, Leader, that I'd had a shave as well. Okay. Okay, back to you, Leader.
I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Leader of the Council portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And if I could just comment very briefly on paragraphs 3 and 4. And it's really just, as you said earlier on, that Miriam Davidson is due to retire. And I think that we all owe her a debt of gratitude for the work over the COVID-19 situation. Her and her team have done a magnificent job. I'm quite sure she's ready for retirement and to move into her new house. So I certainly would wish her well for the future. And also to Suzanne, who her team as well have been very much involved in the COVID situation. We're sorry to lose Suzanne. I hope that she is happy in her new job, and I hope that she is careful when she goes into a new job. She can be slightly accident prone, so I do hope that that doesn't happen in her new position. So I'd like to move my report, Mr. Mayor.
I'd see looking at it, but I can't see anybody reading.
I do apologise. This is right. Can you mute yourself? Technical issue. Right, that's sorted. Thank you. Thank you, Leader. Are there any questions or comments? And we have a number of people who wish to ask questions. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mrs. Scott, can I refer to paragraphs 5 and 6 of your report, Save Our Local campaign? I absolutely agree that it's good that the political parties and other groups have come together on this key issue. I can report that the Labour Party leader Keir Starmer has signed his letter of support for the campaign. I wonder if Councillor Mrs. Scott could tell us when she expects a decision to be taken and by whom. Would it be the Science Museum? Will it be the government? It would be helpful to have her insight into this. We certainly, I'm sure she'd agree, we don't need a gigantic locomotion number 1 sized hole in our 2025 celebrations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Obviously, we are continuing the campaign to keep locomotion number 1 here. At this moment in time, the Science Museum have not moved their view. They say they're going to remove it from us early next year. So this is why we are lobbying everybody that we possibly can. And I do appreciate the cross-party support that we have had. And obviously, we will continue with that.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, can I add my comments with regards to Suzanne and Miriam? Suzanne, as everyone knows, has led the department through a difficult period. Dealing with budget reductions is never easy, and at the same time, she drove forward improvements to our children's service. Although we're a small authority, leading both children's and adult services is a tough act to follow, and I, along with Councillor Scott, wish her luck in a new role at Rotherham. Miriam has clearly demonstrated her passion for public health, integrating a relatively recent addition to council responsibility into every aspect of council business. Colleagues will know that she was due to leave earlier in the year, but agreed to remain in post to help deal with COVID, and I think we will ever remain indebted to her for this. I wish you well in your retirement, and please don't take this the wrong way, but I hope you will now have the opportunity to spend more time in Australia. And finally, just to say, it is a shame, owing to the current time, that having any form of leaving get-together isn't going to be possible. I must ask the question, because that's what I'm supposed to do. And my question is about questions. You have said publicly, Councillor Scott, that Cabinet members, when they're unable to answer a question either at Cabinet or Council, that they will provide a written answer to questions within a reasonable period of time. And my first question is, how long would you consider is a reasonable period of time? And I ask this because I'm aware some members are still waiting for promised answers from at least 4 Cabinet members from both the July Cabinet and Council meetings. And would you agree that 2 months is a tad long to be waiting for an answer? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott to reply.
Yeah. I'm surprised at that, Councillor Harker, because I don't know whether you're aware, at each council meeting, there is a record of the questions that are asked, and I did ask to make sure that all of those had been answered, and the report that I got back just recently said that had been. So obviously there is something that has gone wrong in the system, and I assure you it's an oversight, because there is no, everybody will answer the questions and in a timely manner. I would have thought within the same time period that we do for officers, which is within 21 days.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Tate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is around the Save Our Local campaign. I'm just interested to know if we're aware of how many people have actually signed the petition. I know I've signed it myself, and it isn't one that tells you how many people have supported it. So I was just interested if we actually know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Councillor Scott.
Councillor Tate, I can't give you the exact number to date, but I think it's between 2,500 and 3,000. But this is why we're wanting to actually get another campaign going, because I think that we need to make it wider, and this is why we're talking about maybe trying another platform to get people to sign it. But if I could ask all members to get everybody that they know to sign the petition, that certainly will help. But what I will do, Councillor Tate, I will certainly let you know the exact number.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Scott. And it's a valid comment that we as members need to get behind this, and I'm sure we have, but if new platforms emerge, we need to get on it, so to speak, as ward councillors, and link with our local residents. Councillor Baldwin.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Can hear you.
Okay, thanks. My question is to do with to pick up from Councillor Harker's point about questions not being answered. Some residents from Marwood Crescent have asked me to raise the question over. One of the residents has asked us, the council, to put a driveway in and been turned down because there's a tree too nearby, and then the council went even closer and dug a big hole, and that was okay. But this person has been not allowed to have a driveway because of its closeness to a tree 8 metres away. The council dug a hole only 7 metres away. The residents offered to pay any extra that might be costs that might be incurred to do some exploratory excavations, because there might not be any tree roots, and they would pay any extra if they had to protect them. Now, the same tree is also touching the resident's roof, and she can't get an answer about getting it pruned, and also the same tree is blocking council drains and flooding the road. This is all by the by. The residents raised questions, made complaints, and copied in yourself, Councillor Scott, the managing director, and Ian Williams, and has so far not a reply from any of you. Okay. So I think she needs a reply and a sensible view to have a look at the problem, because one of the complaints is against a certain officer, and that officer is now conducting a complaint inquiry into himself, which doesn't seem all that transparent. So I wonder if you could look through your emails, Councillor Scott, and have a look at this. Marwood Crescent, it's to do with the driveway and the tree, and this has been on the go at least since the 3rd of August. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Scott, any comments?
Yes, in response to that, Councillor Baldwin, this was not a question at council, which is what obviously I was referring to when I replied to Councillor Harker. We have acknowledged the letter to the resident in Marwood Drive, and it has been passed on to the officers. So it is, and I understand, I'm not sure, but I think it's in the complaints procedure. But obviously I will look into that. But that it certainly was acknowledged by my PA that we would look into it.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Can I bring in Councillor Snedker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mrs. Scott wrote to all members last month to inform us that a minute's silence was observed on the 19th of August throughout the rail network of the UK as a mark of respect for 3 people who tragically lost their lives in the Stonehaven derailment. Now, on an average day, 5 people are killed on UK roads and a further 66 are left coping with life-changing industries. In fact, the biggest cause of death for children under 17 is road collisions, with 1 child losing their life tragically every week in the UK. Have we become so desensitised to these tragedies that we do not give them a second thought? My first question to Councillor Mrs. Scott is, when will the families of people who meet a violent death on the roads in August receive the same mark of respect as those who lost loved ones in Stonehaven? Now, while your report talks of supporting active travel, parents and residents alike have witnessed the mayhem and gridlock of the school run as children returned at the start of the month. The residents around Hummersnott, Carmel and Abbey schools have suffered from ever-increasing traffic numbers without any sign of the council taking action. So my second question is, when will children, parents and residents of Darlington benefit from the very popular school street schemes that many other local authorities have introduced?
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Heather Scott to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think, Councillor Snedker, you're referring to something that I passed on to you from Network Rail. And whenever I get any information, I pass that on so that all members know just exactly what is happening. obviously, yes, I take on board what you're saying, but there's not the same procedure for putting forward information about people killed on the roads. But obviously that's something that I can raise with the Highways Authority. But that was purely something I forwarded. I always do when I get the information from Network Rail, as my portfolio on Tees Valley is transport. So I think it's important that I do keep people in touch. With regard to the traffic around the schools, I think that all of the councillors have had problems. I mean, I was involved in the one certainly around Carmel, and as a local authority, we did send officers in to try to alleviate that. It is something that is ongoing, and obviously I think, as you're aware, it is something we will be discussing going forward. I think the problem is, Councillor Decker, is just parents who are really not observing the safety measures. I've had the same problems with Polam. I had a meeting with the head of Polam last week. They've had the same difficulties, and I think we have to appeal to parents to be safer, maybe not to park so close to the schools, but I agree with you. We've got to look at something to see what we can do as a permanent solution. I think it's the frustration of all ward councillors who have schools in their wards.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to follow on from that point that Councillor Snedker made and ask our leader in relation to paragraph 7 under the heading Strategic Transport. We see that Let's Go Tees Valley have launched a back to school behavior change campaign. Well, I'd like to know how that campaign's going, because it certainly doesn't seem as though it's having much impact here in Darlington.
Thank you, Councillor Cindy Hughes. Councillor Scott to reply.
Well, Councillor Hughes, I think it's very early days to say how it's gone, but obviously we will get, at the next Transport Committee, we will get a feedback from it. I think it's just trying to encourage people to be safer and to change their behaviour, and it's something that we can all do. And I think as ward councillors in your wards is actually try to do something to to highlight the problems in your ward newsletters.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Curry, final question. Councillor Curry.
It's not a question, it's a comment. I'd like to add my thanks to both Miriam and to Suzanne for the work that they've done. I was on their panels when they first came to us. It's been a big, long journey, and it's finishing on a very, very difficult situation with the COVID situation. And I know during the COVID situation, we had meetings on a couple of occasions, and both of them looked extremely tired. They've been working their socks off. Their teams have been working their socks off, and I would like to thank them both for the holding the keel at that point during the council lockdown and the situation in the town. Both of them worked extremely hard. Their teams worked hard, and I like to commend them for that.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. You may wish to respond to that comment, Councillor Scott.
No, I think every member of the council would agree with the comments made for both of these two officers, yeah. And we wish them well, Miriam in her retirement and Suzanne in her new job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hear, 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 hear. I apologise, members. There is one final question from Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would also like to ask a question relating to point 7 of the leaders' report around the behaviour change linked to back to school. There have been problems with social distancing of pedestrians immediately outside schools and colleges, leading to fear amongst members of the public, particularly those who are vulnerable, about using the area outside schools at busy times, lunch times, and school arrival and departure times. I would like to ask what action we can take to help ease this anxiety and improve safety, perhaps raising awareness of the rules that students operate under within the colleges.
Something happened.
So that participants are not aware, so that they're not so concerned as to students not social distancing outside. They're aware that they are usually staying in their class bubble groups. Is there any extra support available to educational establishments to help remind students and even carry out enforcement activity about their duty to follow normal social distancing rules once they leave school premises? Or indeed closing off in full or in part streets immediately around schools and colleges so that there is additional space for social distancing of pedestrians. This is a scheme known as School Streets, which has already been mentioned by Councillor Sedka, and it's an experimental traffic order, so it requires no prior consultation, so can be implemented very quickly for public safety reasons.
Councillor Holroyd, if I may, I'm conscious that we have a number of reports to get through and there may be further reports to discuss. I'll politely say, is there a question for the leader?
It was just what action can we take to improve safety? I did have, and I can run straight onto it, I did have a second question as far as active travel and whether any measures have been implemented to reduce, it was mentioned reducing the demand on public transport, and so as to do that to not increase vehicle congestion, which has been causing problems, and I haven't been aware of any measures to improve the safety of walking and cycling around schools, but I may have missed something. Was this covered by the behaviour change campaign, and what measures have been implemented?
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Scott to respond.
Yes, I think it's a comment, really. This is something that we will be working on, both Councillor Dalston under community safety and Andy Keir under transport. Obviously, it is something that we need to look at. The problem with schools, and I've had visits to 2 schools just recently, certainly within the schools, they have very strict conditions about how the students operate within bubbles. I think the difficulty is when they get outside the schools, it's not really the responsibility of the schools. And I think this is where obviously the information that is being put out from the public health team about social distancing and the things that you do have to observe. I think this is just what we have to continue to do. I've had complaints actually that it's parents who are causing quite a lot of problems at the school gates as well. So I think it's really an educational situation, and we have got to be aware, all of us as members, that COVID is still around, and we have to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that people are following the rules. As far as you saying about whether there's legislation, I think that's a technical question, and I will have to come back to you on that, Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. I think that's it. I'm just asking colleagues to mute who I'm with. If we could move now to item 8B, which is the overview of the Cabinet Member with portfolio for adults. And I would invite Councillor Mills to introduce her report. Councillor Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of the report on the adults portfolio, which has been previously circulated. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I would quickly like to specifically draw members' attention to the reopening of day services. The adults team are to be commended on their hard work to bring about the safe reopening for 24 individuals on the 7th of September. The feedback was sought from service users on the 15th of September, and it was very positive, with service users very happy to be back, and staff are currently confident of meeting needs. We have a remaining 39 individuals who have options to return on the 21st of September. 10 have indicated they're currently not in a position to return. Staff are working on being able to meet those individuals' needs as soon as possible. Staff are confident that these services can continue to be operated along the current planned frameworks, and there is also a community-based offer in the planning phase to help support more vulnerable service users. I'd also like to remind members that our respite services at Hollycote have been open and accessible all the way through the pandemic and continue to be so. Lastly, if I may just echo the comments of yourself, the leader and the leader of the opposition, groups of good luck to Suzanne Joyner and happy retirement to Miriam Davison. I'm personally very thankful to both of them for all their help and guidance, especially during this current set of circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. And as Mayor, I would also echo your comments about praising staff in adult social care, both working through lockdown, but also seeking to remobilise services. Any question or comment of Councillor Mills? Please raise your electronic hand. Councillor Wallace, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your report. I would ask the Cabinet member, really in relation to paragraph 9, which is regarding the dementia-friendly community. There was a huge amount of work done previously by Councillor Sue Richmond, and it's good to see the current Cabinet member and Cabinet taking forward that work. So well done on that. As your report indicates, this is a piece of work that's being undertaken in Horton and Springfield. We've had great success already in engaging people on dementia-friendly training, and we're also working with businesses. So all the businesses in Horton and Springfield, we hope, will be dementia-friendly as well. Looking ahead, I wonder if you could indicate how you see this project extending, not only in terms of geography, because you do indicate that in your report, but also in terms of the work itself which is undertaken. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wallace. I would say that that is an excellent question. It is something that requires a very detailed reply. I am happy to meet with Councillor Wallace and have a reply via email to all councillors. I'm mindful that Mr. Mayor said that we should keep our responses short, but so therefore I am happy to reply to you via email and copy in all councillors and look to the future. But yes, it is a very positive project and something that I personally consider to be very important. So yes, my support is there.
Thank you, Councillor Mills, not least for broadcasting some of the contents of my letter, but I'm happy to meet with you and Councillor Wallace to discuss what we've done in Horton. Yeah. And certainly as Mayor, dementia is one of my priorities in terms of mayoral fundraising, so we're happy to share some of our knowledge and support this great cause. Councillor Layton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Councillor Mills. Can you hear me?
Just.
Right, I'll turn the volume up, I think. Let's have a look at this. Is that a bit better? Right. Good evening, Councillor Mills. It's great news to hear about the day services. That's really sort of positive. I've just got a question, well, really sort of comment on paragraph 6 and 7. I think we can all be very proud of how well over the years, and especially throughout this coronavirus pandemic, Darlington Council has maintained such close, effective working relationship with the local care homes right throughout the borough. Indeed, I think we were both there in scrutiny the other week when we learned how well this long-standing relationship actually managed to iron out some glitches that we had in PPE delivery. So it's obviously something that's really sort of a good working arrangement. And I know that at one point they were considering making the phone calls less than daily as things evened out a little bit. So I was wondering, and I hate to use the expression a second wave, but as numbers increase, is there an intention to make those sort of connections daily again, you know, as the need requires? And also I wondered if it's possible to give us an indication of how, you know, well the testing kits are getting out to homes and not just actually being distributed, but how well the results are coming through. So I was just wondering if I could have your comments on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Mills to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Layton. Yes, all I can say, I mean, we have excellent relationships, and I think we're all really, really thankful for that, because we are in quite a unique position in Darlington that our care providers are all private providers. It's testament to the great work by the commissioning team and adult social care that those working relationships are so good. Contact is there as and when needed, so it's fluid. If daily contact is needed, daily contact is given. All the situations are assessed, and it is treated on a day-to-day basis as and when necessary. With regard to testing, the timescales for receiving test results is varied. Most of them are returned in a timely manner, which allows staff to recommence work. However, others have taken longer. As we know, this has been patchy. At the moment, it looks like the situation is improving, but obviously we monitor that really closely, and assistance is given by us and public health, if necessary, to care providers to try and access and get those tests through as quickly as possible, because we understand that it's paramount.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Can I bring in Councillor Ali, please?
Good evening. Good evening, Councillor Mills. I just wanted to discuss 11, reference to section 11. It's encouraging to note that the domestic abuse are going to be discussed. Do we know at this stage, is there any baseline for the areas in which domestic abuse is highest? The planned event is to share best practice with professionals, but will this best practice be then disseminated to any interested parties throughout the borough?
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Mills to respond.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, thanks, Councillor Ali. Short answer would be yes. The longer answer, I am quite happy to email you and give you all of those details and statistics that you're asking for, and happy to make that available to all councillors as well.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Councillor Preston, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Mills, can you just reassure members that it's the intention of the adult social care team to continue to provide the support that they have been to the care providers throughout what is obviously a suspected second wave of COVID-19?
Thank you, Councillor Preston. Councillor Mills to respond.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Preston. Yes, I think it's obviously a very similar question to the one that Councillor Layton gave. Again, testament to our adult social care teams of the good working relationships, and yes, absolutely, that relationship will continue and that support throughout. It's incredibly important, and I think we appreciate the position we're in, and we're going to continue to maintain that position.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't have a question.
There is no failure, only feedback. Can you lower your hand, please? Councillor Eleanor Lister, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a brief, well, it was 18 months working for the Alzheimer's Society in Darlington. And one of the things was that people didn't understand Alzheimer's. You know, people went into shops and were sort of doing all sorts of weirdo things. And I just wondered what we could do to help those sorts of people. There's sort of badges and there's all sorts of things, but I think it's a huge thing that we need to look at in Darlington. You know, that I mean, Sue Richmond did loads and loads of work on this. And she even said, if you go in the front door, the double doors of the council chamber, and there's this huge black thing, the carpet, it goes, there's a huge, and she said people with Alzheimer's would think that was a hole and they won't come in. You know, we need to do an awful lot more. Sorry, I'm being a bit inarticulate, but we need to do more searching to find out what Alzheimer's means to people.
Thank you, Councillor Lister. No, thank you, Councillor Lister. Some valid comments. Councillor Mills, I'm sure you would agree.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Lister. I do. I think it sort of feeds into Councillor Wallace's questions and comments as well. For me, I think Alzheimer's and dementia, it's an ongoing piece of work that we should continue. We never stop learning, and as we learn, we then initiate actions on what we've learned to try and mitigate circumstances and make things easier. All I can say is, as I said before, it is a priority for me. I think even more so during COVID, because people who were vulnerable with Alzheimer's and dementia prior to COVID are even more so now, and we need to be mindful of that, and my support is there.
Thank you, Councillor Mills, and you've reinforced the issue about dementia in the context of COVID, which is very important. If I could bring in Councillor Holroyd, and then Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on points 3 and 5. I hope that maintaining flow from hospitals can be looked at to tie it in with developing a home from hospital service, so we ensure people have a warm, safe and affordable home to return to prevent their future readmission. Ideally to prevent admission in the first place where issues can be identified in advance. I would urge the seeking of funding to help to reduce winter pressures rather than just planning for them. I've learned that most of the winter funding we receive is taken up in supporting existing service, so there's none left to carry out preventative action which would help to reduce winter pressures. Many other authorities have such schemes in place, and it will be particularly critical this year as those who live in cold homes are more at risk of catching COVID and worse outcomes from it.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Any response, please, Councillor Mills?
Yes, I would just say your comments are noted. Obviously, winter planning is a pressure every year, even more so now with COVID. I can refer, because I think there's some technical parts to that, and we can get back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Mills. Finally, Councillor Curry, please.
Thank you. I would just like to say that if there is any advice or help needed with developing any more in-depth policy for people with dementia or Alzheimer's, I would like to have an input on it, as my other job, other than a councillor, is a carer for my mother who is in the advanced stages of Alzheimer's. I'm also linked with carers across the country who are dealing with loved ones with Alzheimer's or dementia, and I used to take part in the events that Alzheimer's UK used to do in Darlington, like Singing for the Brain, Playing for the Brain, cafes, lunches and stuff like that. I would happy to be able to feed in and help develop a really good, robust support network here in Darlington to support people who have carers, to help the carers.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Mills, do you wish to respond?
I don't think there's anything I can really say to that. It was a comment rather than a question, but thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mills. Moving on. Apologies. One of my assistants is just advising me that Councillor Linda Hughes wishes to ask a question. Councillor Linda Hughes. You're on mute, Councillor Linda Hughes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Just a reminder about the Dementia Friend training that you facilitated recently. I just think that might be something that the rest of the councillors might benefit from actually taking part in through the Alzheimer's Society. I undertook that training when it was on offer, and I found it very, very useful. And basically you act as a friend promoting dementia awareness in the community. It might be something that we should all look at as councillors to actually do. It was a very short session, but it certainly opened my eyes into the problems around dementia and how to support people in the community.
As Councillor Wallace indicated, both myself and him are more than happy to help support Councillor Mills on her mission. It was a comment, Councillor Mills, anything to?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just to say I also undertook that training, I think at the same time as Councillor Hughes, and she's right, it was incredibly valuable, and I would agree. We can look at trying to facilitate that during COVID. I'm on the spot here, I'm not sure how that would be possible, but I'm sure we can find a way.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mills. Can we move now to item 8C, which is overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for children and young people. And I would invite Councillor Clark to introduce his report. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of the report on children and young people portfolio, which has previously been circulated. Just before I do go to questions, I'd just like to add my comments with regards to Suzanne and Miriam, echoing Councillor Mills's thoughts, and especially just reinforce the support I've had from Suzanne over the last 6 months, because obviously I was appointed bang on lockdown. So the learning curve for this role that I've undertaken has been a steep one. It's very complex portfolio, as I'm sure Councillor Hughes will verify. So I'd just like to add the real thanks to Suzanne for the support I've had over these last 6 months. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Do we have any questions for Councillor Clark? Councillor Wallace? You're muted, Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark, can I refer you please to paragraph 12 of your report? I agree that the increase in the number of children in care in Darlington is troubling, and it's good to see that professionals are working in a multidisciplinary way to bring those figures down. Your report seems to be working on a misapprehension, however, that we had a fully functioning family court system before COVID. We didn't. In fact, it's in a worsening crisis for some time. Delays are a feature of the family court. Before COVID, children's private law cases routinely took over 7 months. It was taking 3 months even to get a first hearing. The reason for this, Councillor Clark, are the cuts to the family justice system since 2010. In 2013, legal aid for parents in family law cases was slashed. In 2016, the government began reducing the number of courts. Where there were once 16,500 members of court staff in 2016, by 2022 there will be just 6,500. And for children in care in Darlington, this is not just a matter of waiting a bit longer. Delay means children living for longer in unsuitable, often abusive households. It means children in the care system subject to unnecessary worry and disruption. Can I ask Councillor Clark to look for himself into the delays in the family court system affecting children in care in Darlington, please, and perhaps come back to Council at a later date with his thoughts and how we can press for improvements. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wallace, Councillor Clark to respond.
Well, I think the answer to that question is in your last sentence, to be honest with you. I will look closely into that. I wasn't aware of that situation that you've outlined as detailed. I have been lobbying our MPs for the situation regarding courts, and obviously there has been the Nightingale courts open to try and push through some of the urgent cases with children. But I certainly will take on board what you have said, Councillor Wallace, and really look into that matter thoroughly.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Can I bring in Councillor Cindy Hughes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Clark says in his report and has said in the press that the numbers of children in care have been rising and the number of children adopted has been declining due to COVID-19 related impact on the activities of the courts. However, these trends for Darlington children and children across the country seem in fact to predate any COVID-19 impacts. Figures provided by government's own family court statistics, January to March 2020, show only minimal COVID-19 related impact on the activities of the courts during that period. There's also a worryingly decrease, a worrying decrease in the number of adoption applications and orders during January to March 2020, down 18% from the equivalent quarter in 2019. Over the same period, the number of adoption orders issued also decreased by 19%. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to know how Councillor Clark is interrogating the data, how he's triangulating the information provided by officers, and when the last time it was he met either virtually or in person with his lead member counterparts in the Tees Valley, as mandated in the agreed governance arrangements, to discuss performance indicators for the Tees Valley Adoption Agency and outcomes for Darlington children and young people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah, with regards to the last sort of paragraph of your question, the meeting of the Tees Valley Adoption, I haven't, because there hasn't been a meeting where I've been, that's been scheduled under my tenure. That is something that I will be looking at very closely with, and as you can probably appreciate, the timescale that I've been in position only limits so much learning that you can do. I would love to have your experience, Councillor Hughes, on what you've gained over the years, but at the moment I haven't. That is a learning process for me, and it's something I'll really continue to press home with. And I'm more than welcome to meet up with you at any time and glean any experience that you may have.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Can I bring in Councillor Snedker, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I apologise for the meeting. I had a problem with my router earlier, which is why I may have accidentally gone off mute. Councillor Clark, the return of children to school in September was seen as vital in giving our young people the very best access to the education they deserve. However, the return was not without concerns. The testing programme was not reliable or accessible enough, and the world-beating track and trace app we'd been promised in May is still nowhere to be seen. And you were quoted in Northern Echo as saying the situation that schools faced was an impossible conundrum. My conversations with head teachers have confirmed that they feel they've been set up to fail. Compelled in law to be open full-time to all pupils, they're facing criticism from a significant section of the public for failing to keep pupils safe enough despite a lack of space and resources. So my first question is, what steps have you taken or what help have you sought since acknowledging that the situation is an impossible conundrum? And at a previous council meeting on the 16th of July, I asked you about the worry of digital exclusion from education of families seeking asylum. For these children, English is a second language, and several of these children have endured torture before seeking asylum in our community. And these families understand that education is the very best way to offer their children a future that is better for them after living in very straitened conditions. The no recourse to public funds ruling of just giving them £5 a day to live on means that pay-as-you-go phone contacts makes contacting the internet impossible for them. And I asked with you whether you thought the ruling of no social worker, no laptop was fair or unfair, and you agreed with me that it was unfair. So my second question to you, Councillor Clark, is given this commitment to resolve this injustice, what steps have you been able to take to ensure that all of these asylum-seeking vulnerable children do not miss out on education and they have supplied to them laptops and 4G dongles?
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Clark to reply.
Can you just repeat the first part of that question?
I will indeed, yes.
Just overview.
Chair, both of you through the chair, please. Councillor Snedker to repeat the first bit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The return of children to school has not been without concerns.
Yeah.
Without a track and trace programme that was reliable or accessible.
Okay. Got that now. Got that.
Okay, Councillor Clark to reply.
Thank you.
Well, at first thought when all the guidelines came out, it was looked at as, in my mind, as an impossible conundrum for teachers to sort of navigate their way through the guidance. However, having visited a lot of schools, the effort and the just sheer brilliance that the heads have done to keep children safe in school has been absolutely phenomenal. And I would go as far as to say it's probably a most sterile environment that you could have next to a hospital with the procedures they've got in place. However, as has been alluded to before, once they get out of the school gates, there lies the problem. And in my mind, it is down to more education, but obviously parental responsibility as well. There's the old phrase, kids will be kids. And unfortunately, in this situation, kids are being kids with the mixing. But schools are doing the damnedest to press home the message that when they're outside the school gates, that social distancing has taken place, respect to others, etc. So it's just a case of really sort of pursuing that message that we're giving. But I think that the schools have done an absolutely fantastic job. And, the numbers sort of indicate that attendance wise, at the last count, the attendance of schools was about 87.6% compared to a national average of 85%. So there are a lot of positives to be taken out of this. On the second point with the asylum situation, to my knowledge, obviously, we have 28 days while they're in sort of our care to look for accommodation and obviously place into schools if necessary. It's a complicated question, which I believe I did respond to you about that a couple of weeks after. So is that a repeat from the council meeting in July?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
On this occasion, briefly, Councillor Snedger.
It was just to confirm that you had taken steps to ensure that all asylum-seeking children had access to laptops and 4G dongles as they will need.
Question asked.
Right,
Councillor Clark question clarified. Councillor Clark.
I've not taken all steps, but I've asked the question as to why, on how we can make that happen with relevant officers.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually have 3 connected positions for the portfolio holder. Firstly, what are the current high-level school attendance figures for Darlington? How are children and young people readjusting to attending school? And I understand that the government has launched the Wellbeing for Education Return programme, and that local authorities have received funding to employ skilled staff to deliver wellbeing and mental health training to all schools and to provide ongoing advice and support over the coming school year. Has Darlington Borough Council received this money? If so, how much have we received, and what plans are currently in place to put that money to best use? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah, but through you, Chad. Question 1, just brief overview again on that.
Again, on this occasion, I will allow clarification. Councillor Lucas, if you could briefly re-clarify that question.
Right. What are the current high-level school attendance figures for Darlington?
Yeah, okay, got that,
Yeah. How are children and young people readjusting to attending school?
Yeah.
And the Wellbeing and Education Return programme? And have you received any money?
Yeah. Right. On the last point, I'll need to get back to you on that in a written response, because I'm not aware of the answer on that one. On the matter of school attendance, I think I've just alluded that to Councillor Snedger. The actual latest figures that we've got from Monday is that we've got an attendance rate of 87.6%, and that compares to a national average of 85.5%. Now, our percentage attendance has been substantially above the national average since return. So, I mean, I think that's followed on from, we were probably one of the only local authorities where all our schools were open all the way through lockdown. So it's obviously, there's been a big benefit for that, and children do feel safe in a way from going back. with the feedback I've had around children, how they feel about going to school, I think there's been an overwhelming relief that they have been able to go back to school. There has been the odd cases where people, the kids have been a bit challenged, but not too sure, a bit of anxiety going to there, and this is where the mental health support wellbeing teams have come into their own, really. But I think the overwhelming position is that the kids are happy to be back at school, and the teachers are really happy to be teaching. And it's unfortunate that at the moment there's a bit of a stop-start with some year groups due to people testing positive.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Clark. I've got two more questioners. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This regards points 8, 10 and 28 and 29. So many services are or were being delivered online only, given the current situation. Specifically for point 8, many families may be having problems specifically due to their low incomes, and this low income will mean that they're less likely to be online to take up the support. So early help, learning and skills and employment support services are all less likely to be taken up by those on the lowest incomes not able to get online. Is there any offline support that we're able to offer now to stop the existing inequalities from widening as a result of this?
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Clark to respond.
Well, there has been face-to-face activity, certainly over the last month or two. So everything isn't purely happening online. So yes, there has been steps to be taken, have been taken with face-to-face contact with people, and with the introduction, obviously with kids going back to school now, the teachers and the education authorities they've got a lot more accessibility to the needs of some of those kids as well, so they're being flagged a lot quicker than they were when they weren't at school.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. If I could bring in Councillor Lister. You've got your hand raised, Councillor Lister. Is that a question? No. Councillor Cousins, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question, please, for Councillor Clark. As you indicated just prior, Councillor Clark, our staff have been working throughout lockdown in schools. Most of them work during the Easter holidays and the half-term holidays also. I have a friend who is the head teacher, not in this authority, but it is related to this authority. So, my question, it's a valid question. But I was told that they worked part of the summer holidays to get the schools up and running ready to go early September. Friday evening of the week before the bank holiday, they'd got the schools all in place, all ready. They were going home to spend time with their own families for that last bank holiday weekend, and they got complete changes from the government. Can you tell me, please, how that has impacted and affected our staff in our local schools? How has it affected morale? This complete turnaround by government, complete changes. How have our staff cope with that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Cousins. Councillor Clark to respond.
I can probably completely understand the frustration of that, where they've all gone along to work into one plan, and then to have it turned on its head. I can't dictate what government do, the overall feeling that I have got, though, from teachers is that they are happy to be back. I can't comment on individual teachers and how they felt with that situation, but I think as a whole, the teachers are just happy to be back with kids in classes teaching. But I do really sympathise with the last minute changes that were made.
Okay, thank you. And that concludes your section of the meeting, Councillor Clark. Before we move on, as Mayor, whilst the issue of skills in education is incredibly fraught and controversial, I want to put on record my thanks and tribute to teaching staff in this town for the work they have done and the work that they continue to do. I had the privilege of attending in the playground Springfield Primary on the first day of term, and it was incredibly moving, but it just, for me, reinforced the work that teaching staff and work in the school sector have done over the last few months, and certainly during lockdown. And I think as a council and as members, we need to appreciate that work. I will get off my soapbox now. Item 8D, overview of Cabinet Member with Portfolio for Economy, and I invite Councillor Marshall to introduce his report. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the economy portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And with your leave, I would like to make a few comments. It will be short. Firstly, I would like to thank all officers within my portfolio area for continuing to carry out their duties throughout this pandemic, delivering real outcomes, such as supporting businesses with advice on compliance with COVID-safe regulations, supporting the retail and hospitality sectors to reopen safely, and processing over 2,000 applications for both business support grants and the discretionary grants, distributing nearly £25 million in a timescale that put this council in the top 10 nationally. And I'll take any questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Do we have any questions, please? Councillor Linda Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Turn my video and my microphone on this time. I welcome the Chancellor's announcement on this job support scheme today, and it's good to see the Government Minister actually listen to the joint forces of businesses and the unions via the CBI and the TUC, and the view that it's right for businesses to be supported through this unprecedented economic situation brought about by the global pandemic. The Tees Valley will be, and indeed is being hardest hit by this by the economic uncertainty. We've got 6.8% of 16 to 19-year-olds are claiming universal credit in Tees Valley compared to 4.5% nationally. And indeed, every age group is well above the national average for claimants. Could Councillor Marshall please outline the opportunities that will be provided by the Tees Valley Recovery Plan outlined in paragraph 32 on page 27, and in particular relation to Darlington, how we will be ensuring that we get our fair share of funding for young people and for Darlington. Will the initiative include long-term training beyond level 2 and up to level 4? Because, as you know, we have a shortage of level 4 skills and qualifications in the town, which needs addressing, especially if we're to break the low skills, low pay equilibrium to build the local economy. Also, what support will be given to the 3,500 plus SMEs that are in Darlington to avail themselves of the Kickstart scheme launched earlier this month by the Chancellor, which unfortunately favours the large employers because of the way that it's set up? And finally, what guarantee that the amount of apprenticeships offered by the employers in the town is not going to be detrimentally affected by the uptake of Kickstart? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Linda Hughes. Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. As you know, the economic recovery for the Tees Valley is being led by the Tees Valley Combined Authority. Officers are working with them. I can't give you a direct answer to your question. I will try and find out some more information. I will come back to you on that, particularly with regard to the benefits that Darlington's going to get from that recovery scheme. With regards to Kickstart, I am really passionate about Kickstart and the impact on 19 to 24-year-olds that COVID has had. And we have the jobs fair coming up, where we are going to be making a real announcement about Kickstart as part of the jobs fair. We have Darlington Business Week coming up on the 5th to the 9th of October, and we are going to remind all the businesses that attend that to be aware of the Kickstart scheme. In terms of apprentice opportunities, I could sit here and give you a glib answer, Councillor Hughes. I can't. I will come back to you on that. I don't have figures to hand, but I will try and give you a reasonable answer in writing as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. If I could bring Councillor Donoghue in. Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, to do with the town centre, will the pilot scheme of hospitality businesses to increase trade through the pavement caps be extended?
Thank you, Councillor Donoghue. Yes, we hope so. I think it has been a success. It was certainly welcomed by the hospitality sector. And the town centre staff did a tremendous job ordering and putting in place the picket fencing in order to allow businesses to come out onto the streets, as did the transport section with closing roads in order to do it. It has been a success. We intend to make it a permanent feature of Darlington Town Centre, and there are some things to do. We need to relook at our pavement cafes policy, but yes, we do intend to make this a permanent feature.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. If I could bring in Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, a couple of days ago, on behalf of our Liberal Democrat group, I, as group chair, sent you at least a dozen questions. Unfortunately, I don't know if something's gone wrong, but I haven't had a response to any of those questions. So rather than ask them here, could I just redirect you to that email and ask for your response as soon as possible after this meeting, please?
I'm sure Councillor Marshall will say yes. That's very helpful, Councillor Allen.
Thank you,
Am I correct, Councillor Marshall?
Absolutely, as always, Mr. Mayor. I've actually got the email here. I have got some answers. Some of the questions in there, I did send a written answer to Councillor Curry from Cabinet, which answers one of those questions. But yes, we can go through it, Councillor Allen, after this meeting, and I'll go through them with you.
Okie dokie, thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I think finally we have Councillor McCollum. Councillor McCollum.
Last but not least, Mr. Mayor, thank you. With reference to paragraphs 13 and 14 of his report, I'd be interested to know, does the Cabinet member have any strong opinion regarding planning for the future, the white paper reference there, and its implications for the planning system? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Marshall to respond.
I think as councillors, we all have await with bated breath what the outcome of the consultation process is going to be. But there will be a presentation, a briefing to councillors by the planning department, which will brief us all on that. And I think we'll all learn a lot from it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I was a bit premature there. Councillor Holroyd, do you wish to come in? Councillor Holroyd.
Apologies, I was sneaking at the end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to, regarding point 8 on affordable housing stock in the borough, I would be very interested to learn more about the shortfall of numbers for the borough and how it's identified to meet this. Given the situation with COVID and obviously the knock-on financial implications for the economy and many families, it's expected that the need for affordable housing is only likely to increase. What percentage of affordable units does Darlington Borough Council currently work to? And as neighbouring councils such as Hambleton were able to work to 40 or 50% of affordable units on each development site, would this crisis be a good time to review that and see if we can increase it, so that we make sure that our residents can afford to live and work and contribute to the economy here. Thank you.
Councillor Holroyd, thank you. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We do have one final question after that.
Okay, doke. Thanks, Councillor Holroyd. Affordable housing is addressed in the draft local plan. I can't give you a position on the percentages. I don't have them to hand. I will give you a written answer on that. Thank you.
And finally, Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of points or questions to ask Councillor Marshall, if I may. The first one is that I was alarmed by cancellation at short notice of climate change working group meetings that were in the diary, one of which was to meet the new climate change champions, which were being introduced throughout the council, and a second to look at how businesses and schools could enable a significant shift towards more cycling in the town for health and economic benefits. These two meetings were just two of a programme of meetings that the group were looking to hold, seeking to bring into the council innovative and progressive ideas that would serve to improve the quality of life in the borough while achieving the key goal of averting the climate emergency. And there's a suspicion that the group has had its wings clipped somewhat in order to restrict its ambition and narrow its scope. Will Councillor Marshall reassure members that the Climate Change Working Group will remain free to call meetings on topics and seek input from individuals as it sees fit? And my second point is regarding recent decisions nationally and regionally that show an appetite for nationalisation of transport services. Our loss-making airport is now in public hands, and recent announcements from the Secretary of State signals the end of railway franchises. Rural bus services, which have long been far below the level of service that people need, have recently been improved by the introduction of the Tees Flex bus service. However, urban bus services also fail to serve residents as fully as we wish. But previous attempts, such as in Herworth, to use Schedule 106 money from developers, a capital receipt, to run bus services, a revenue spend, have failed to deliver the goods. So would Councillor Marshall agree that in order to be best positioned for the post-COVID world, we should look now at publicly procured and publicly commissioned bus services that cover both urban and rural areas within the Tees Valley Combined Authority area?
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Question asked. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you for your questions, Councillor Snedker. The final question about nationalisation. Transport is not my portfolio, so I will not be giving you an answer on that. I think you should address that to Councillor Keogh. With regard to the Climate Change Working Group, the Climate Change Working Group has done a great job working with Margaret to get our climate change strategy in place, which has a lot of potential work programs. And they're now going to be driven through by portfolio holders working with officers in order to develop the action plan. Our view is that the Climate Change Working Group will be there to have oversight. It's a similar thing we had with the local plan reference group, and they will meet on a quarterly basis to check progress on the climate change plan against targets, and that's what we see the Climate Change Working Group. It's not a question of clipping wings, it's a question of working in a cohesive and project management style. With regard to the meetings, particularly the meetings with the climate change champions, I think Councillor Snedker needs to understand the difference between operational issues and strategic issues. It is not for councillors to get involved in management issues within this council and council employees, and that's why we pulled that meeting. With regards to other meetings, as I say, we see the working group being there to have oversight of the progress of the action plan that we are now developing and which council portfolio holders, cabinet members, will oversee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. There is somebody who else has come in. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm prompted to ask a further question just in response to something that Councillor Marshall said. It's a question I asked at the scrutiny meeting when this matter was discussed about the changing of the focus of the climate change group. The question I asked was, I was unclear from the letter I'd seen where scrutiny would take place in terms of the work being done on climate change. I noted in the letter that Councillor Scott sent out to the climate change group that the word monitoring was used, and it's what Councillor Marshall has just repeated. So I'm not clear whether he's saying that that group is expected to perform the scrutiny role, or whether it's a slightly different role and scrutiny will continue, as is with all other aspects of council work within the individual scrutiny committees. So it's just whether he could clarify in that particular aspect what the roles are.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Marshall.
Thanks, Councillor Harkin. I think scrutiny always has a role to play, as you well know. It's a key role in the democratic process. But I do see the climate change working group just there to just as an oversight on the progress of the plan against targets, and decisions made as a result of that will obviously go to scrutiny.
Thank you. Before we move to the next agenda item, I too would pay tribute to staff in economy and regeneration. As Mayor, I've been visiting a number of people who I call Darlington Lockdown Heroes. I made a point of visiting DBC staff on reception, and I was able to meet with some of the Revs and Benefit staff who've been responsible for handing out grants. Certainly as a ward councillor, I've seen firsthand the impacts that that's had for small businesses in my ward, and certainly some of the flexibility that they've exercised in what will have been quite a fast-moving and high-volume situation. So I think our staff are to be applauded, and they're often seen as being they work behind the scenes, so to speak, but they're doing a valuable job. Particularly where they can, supporting and advising small businesses. And as Mayor, I think it appropriate that I went to thank them for their contributions. Item 8E is the overview of Cabinet Member with the portfolio for health and housing. And I would invite Councillor Kevin Nicholson to introduce his report. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like members to note the contents of my report on the health and housing portfolio, which has previously been circulated. And I also echo the comments made by members in relation to Miriam and Suzanne. I did make an extensive statement at the last meeting of the council, and I won't embarrass Miriam or Suzanne anymore with my comments, but those two individuals have been very supportive to me over the last I think I say 6 months. It's since March or whatever month we're on. They've been very supportive to me, particularly Miriam, who has done a fantastic job with public health, and a lot of the results we're seeing and a lot of the positive work being undertaken in the town is as a direct result of her leadership. So thank you very much to those two people, and I wish them all the best. And I've been promised a trip to Australia. I'm kidding, not really. Anyway, I would just like to update members, first of all, with some numbers in relation to COVID and the confirmed cases in Darlington as of 9 AM this morning. As of 9 AM this morning, we had 717 confirmed cases. It's worth remembering that these cases are cumulative since the start of the pandemic. Our neighbouring authorities are seeing increases in cases and increases in local outbreaks. The picture in Darlington is less severe. However, it is vital that we do everything we can to protect the most vulnerable in our community. We in Darlington have seen an increase of 43 cases in the last week, which in terms of the Tees Valley authorities is the lowest increase across all of those North East Tees Valley authorities. Darlington currently has the lowest number of total cases in the Tees Valley region. Middlesbrough, for example, recorded 100 more cases last week, and Stockton recorded 112 more. We thankfully have no hospital admissions within Darlington from Darlington residents in Darlington Memorial Hospital. I do have to, however, advise members and perhaps caution members that the situation and the picture, should it worsen in the Tees Valley, will have an impact on how we operate in Darlington. So I need you obviously to be aware of that, and we will be working alongside Tees Valley partners to make sure that any action that's undertaken is done in a uniformed way as possible, but still recognising the difference between the numbers here in Darlington and within our neighbours. As a council, we've been providing ongoing support and guidance to businesses throughout the pandemic. I, along with council staff, the police and other partners, have undertaken checks of pubs, restaurants in recent weeks to check that everything is working as it should be. We also, as a council, recently launched the COVID-19 campaign, which was a local requirement of the Local Outbreak Control Plan. And thank you to those members who have shared materials. We will evolve these in the coming weeks and will update you when any messages require change. You should start to see those messages on adverts and around town shortly. Today, the NHS COVID-19 app has launched in England and Wales, which will provide users with local risk information, alerting them if they have been in close contact with someone who has tested positive. But more importantly, it has a built-in QR scanner to be able to check in at venues. And I would encourage everybody, members as well as employees, to use this app and check in at venues when you can. The Prime Minister also announced further measures this week, which have been communicated to the public and our employees by our communications team in line with the local outbreak plan. I know that further restrictions can be frustrating, especially given that Darlington residents have been doing so well. But it is so important that we continue to do all we can and help keep Darlington and the whole country on the right track. Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take questions, and if necessary, I reserve the right to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson, on this very important issue, and I think you've highlighted that complacency is the enemy, and we've had materials and we are duty bound as ward councillors to try and distribute them. Any question or comment for Councillor Nicholson on his report, please? Councillor Newell, Councillor Wendy Newell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of comments to make and a question on the Darlington Local Outbreak Plan. Whilst we have sadly lost people in our community to the pandemic, and I would in no way dismiss the grief of the families who have lost loved ones, it does seem as if in Darlington we have fared quite well compared with other local authorities in the region and indeed nationally. However, Councillor Nicholson, would you agree that we need to guard against complacency? I'm pleased that the council is promoting and reinforcing the basic messages of wash your hands, cover your face and keep a safe distance, and welcome the publicity that we have councillors have been asked to distribute, and I'm sure all councillors will support that. On another and perhaps related issue, I just wanted to comment also on the welcome campaign of the Primary Care Network to vigorously promote the flu jab campaign, hopefully to increase the take-up and avoid unnecessary admissions over the winter in the NHS. However, the Darlington Local Outbreak Plan was published in June. And since then, the pandemic landscape has worsened. And as you mentioned, Boris Johnson this week imposed new instructions, enforcements and penalties, with a warning that further restrictions would follow if the R number didn't fall below 1, which potentially could include the further involvement of the military and a national lockdown. So my question is if the Darlington Local Outbreak Plan, does it need a revision or a reassessment to take these developments and these additional measures into consideration, and to ensure that what we must do as a local authority to protect our residents? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Newell. I'll try and address all of your comments in the order of which you've given them, but if I do miss anything, please do let me know. So in relation to your comment about, I believe, as either myself or the council being complacent, we're not being complacent. Miriam and myself are working around the clock, and what that means is, from an operational point of view, is there are daily calls being undertaken with various different levels, all the way from the bronze tier command in the northeast, then going all the way up to the gold command with the Secretary of State. So we are constantly reviewing all of the data and information, and in fact we had spoken directly to the Secretary of State on his visit to Darlington about the difference between the northeast picture and Darlington's picture, and Darlington's picture is very different from the Tees Valley, and I and the council are very protective over that. However, it's right that we constantly review and are constantly aware of the numbers. So yeah, I take your point. I think it is important to continue to look at that, but just to assure you and other members, we are constantly looking at it, and we will adapt and adjust our approach if we need to. And as I've said at the beginning in my introduction, if we need to support our Tees Valley neighbours in their approach, because we are ultimately all one connected region, then we will do that, obviously reluctantly, but we will do that. In regards to updating the local outbreak plan, well, of course, part of the local outbreak plan and part of the conditions of that is that it will be regularly reviewed and regularly looked at. The picture has changed in terms of the modelling of the virus, so we will be responding to that, and we'll be engaging with partners about how those adaptations happen. But the priorities still remain the same. The way we operate as a council in terms of communicating our message, engaging with our partners, will all operationally be very much the same. But you're right in what you're saying. Some of those outcomes are going to be a little bit different. In relation to the flu jabs, big supporter of the flu campaign. We the Primary Care Network have worked very hard to get some drive-through tests done at the St Cuthbert's Church and the rugby stadium up at Mowden. So I hope people take advantage of that, particularly vulnerable people who will be most at risk of flu and perhaps complications with COVID. So anything that the council can do. I know the Mayor did a video which was very helpful to encourage people to go. So anything that we can do to encourage people to get the flu jab, then we will, of course, do that. I'm not aware of other organisations doing a similar thing as to the Primary Care Network here in Darlington. They've been very innovative and very forward thinking, and I am due to meet Amanda Riley, but my diary is absolutely chock-a-blocker at the moment, and I can barely fit a haircut in, let alone a meeting with the Primary Care Director. So if that answers your questions, I have nothing else to add, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of different points that I would like to raise, if I may. Regarding point 13 of your report, I agree that regular physical activity and active travel is critical to people's health. However, unfortunately, from my experience, the council's actions I've seen have been rather counter to this. It's reported that bicycles bought in lockdown are now being sold on many online sales websites because people don't feel that the roads are safe enough anymore for them to ride on. It appears that the council may have missed the window of opportunity to install safe, if temporary, cycling infrastructure to demonstrate clear direction of travel. More people cycling reduces car traffic, bike lanes distance pedestrians from polluting vehicles, making it safer and more pleasant for them too. And obviously fewer people feeling the need to cycle on the pavement, which has been a bane of life in Darlington. I would just ask whether there is more that we could do for health in that sense. On point 14, one point I would like to add is trying to connect people in their communities. It's very important. We all know that a problem shared is a problem halved, and if people feel less alone, it provides natural community support and people are less likely to have a crisis. Finally, point 17, again, just duplicating my point I made to Councillor Mills, I would urge that the aim be to reduce winter demand rather than just planning for it, particularly as far as reducing the impact of cold homes. Again, those who live in a cold home are more at risk of hospital admissions, and we need to do what we can to prevent it.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Perfect. Thank you very much for those comments. I'll address the points in order as I did with Councillor Newell and try and get you an answer to them. If I do, don't answer them thoroughly, then please do let me know. So in relation to cycling and physical activity, my portfolio is a wide range of activities, not just including cycling. It can be all sorts of the promotion of different types of exercise, from walking to running to sports and different types of activity. I am a cyclist myself, and I have to be honest, I don't think Darlington is particularly friendly towards cyclists. I do find my route to work often difficult. I don't know if either the pedestrians or the drivers are worse, or both equally in measure detest cyclists, but I agree. I think we need to, there are certainly areas across the town where it's easier perhaps to get across town than it is in other areas. I think you'll find when you're on your bike, you'll be coming on a perfectly good cycle track, and then suddenly it'll end and you have to end up on the road, or you'll have to go onto a pavement for your own safety. And so I think there does need to be some work done around that sort of accessible those accessible routes, because I think all it does, and I've been there myself thinking I don't really want to cycle to work today because it's a bit of a chore. It's going to take me a bit longer if I have to go a different route, and I've done this during the summer. So I think when winter comes and other sort of factors are there, it will put people off, and we do want to encourage people to get to work, one, for the environment, and two, because it's an all-round healthier experience for people. So I will look into that, because I would welcome your input and any that you've got around actually what we can do to try and make that a bit better, and perhaps involve young people and get some thoughts around what people think. But on another vein as well, we do need to ensure that when people are bringing their cycles into town or into other areas, there is places to store them. And I do find that there is limited places to store cycles, and we maybe do need to look at that in conjunction when we're upgrading our car parks, perhaps use a space for a few bicycles and things, because we might encourage people to come in and do the odd, bit of shopping or get their haircut or something like that. So yeah, I am fully on board with that, and I'm happy to work with you on that. In relation to the mental health aspect of my report, I'm more than acutely aware of the impacts on mental health of all age ranges of people, but particularly our younger people who are going through probably one of the most difficult experiences we do in life, which is growing and learning and experiencing the world. And it can be very confusing anywhere to add another layer of obviously confusion that is COVID. And so what that message is about is we are going to evolve the council's strategy around how we communicate our message around good mental health. And for me, in my vision, is it looks at creating some type of app, some type of information booklet, an online system whereby as a council we share self-help videos around simple things like eating right, doing the right exercise, breathing techniques, and actually good mindfulness around actually what does a good mind look like, and actually some of the thoughts we have when we wake up in the morning really will have an impact on what we do during the day. But those messages have got to come from people who are ordinary people. So for example, the trainer, the gym instructor in the Dolphin Centre doing a video about what they do during the week to make their mind well. And I often people say when people's mental health is you need to relax, you need to get in the bath, you need to sort of rest, and sometimes that isn't everybody's cup of tea. So sometimes resting isn't about being mindfulness. It might actually be doing more, going up onto Rosemary Topping or something, or doing something really energized. It's about finding what's right for that individual. And I think creating an app and a diverse tool for young people and everybody to use, I think will be a step in the right direction. We can't do it all. It's our job to work with partners as well, schools and the NHS and local community providers and the council as well. So I'm keen to evolve that, and you should hear some more around the plans over the coming months about what we'll be doing with that. And then in relation to the commissioning and the winter pressures, of course, I am deeply concerned, not just from a health perspective, but also from a housing perspective around the pressures that we're going to see in the next few months with obviously, people's debt, some of the hidden debt around credit and people's, masking, I suppose, of the problem. And we as a council will be at the forefront of supporting people, and it will be difficult, be under no illusion, and we'll need to act very quickly and very decisively to be able to support those people. And that's why I was pleased, particularly with homelessness, we got an additional £50,000 from the government recently to support with that pressure. And the Dartmouth Memorial Hospital, £3.74 million to help with winter pressures at accident emergency. So all money's helpful. We all would like a little bit more, but I am looking into those pressures that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Can I bring in Councillor Scott Durham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Before I do, Councillor Durham, just to say, after Councillor Nicholson's report, I will be calling a short break. Councillor Durham.
Appreciate your last comment there, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Councillor Nicholson, just a couple of questions on your report. On agenda item number 8, you obviously undertook a visit of the licensed premises in Darlington alongside the Durham Constabulary, and I know that was well appreciated from what I could see on social media. Now, just from my own experience, what I've seen is that there has been, let's shall we say, some premises have upped their game following that exercise. Would you like to elaborate on your experience on the evening? I'm conscious of what the mayor said. Please keep it brief. You know, what concerned you, and what pleased you, shall we say?
Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, I did. I undertook a visit with Durham Constabulary, and we did visit a number of licensed premises. It is interesting being on the other side of the fence when that happens. But I think what I would say in summary is we have some exceptional officers in Durham, and they really work hard to support people and do exactly what the Chief Constable said, which is educate people and advise them, and ultimately, at the very last resort, enforce the rules. I didn't expect to be pulling over a vehicle and having its window smashed in by a police baton and people dragged out the car while I was stood at the side, but that was just part and parcel of the thing. So if anybody wants to do it, I would encourage all members to do it. It isn't just reserved for me. Yes, it was a very unusual experience, and actually I was pleased to see some of the venues who were simply asking for advice about what they were doing right and actually what they could do to put things right. You know, and they weren't defensive. They were very supportive. They were asking us contact details for the council in terms of some other questions they might have. And so we are making sure that we are looking at the whole borough. So visits have been and will be undertaken in all areas of the borough, not just the town centre, because you know, the drinking and the access to shops and facilities goes on all over, as well as hairdressers and other places. So it was a very unusual experience. I wouldn't like to do it again in a rush because it was quite traumatic at times for me anyway. Yeah, so it was credit to the police and credit to the businesses for sort of being quite supportive in the police.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. And before I mention bring in Councillor Lucas, you've mentioned hairdressers 4 times. You've reminded me I need to somehow sort something out. I'm not doing it do-it-yourself again.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock.
Councillor Lucas, finally.
Mr. Mayor,
sorry, I do apologise. Councillor Lucas, hold. Councillor Durham.
Yeah, I did say two questions, right. Mr. Mayor.
I do apologise. Councillor Nicholson.
I know we're all focused on this break. Agenda item number 15. You obviously undertook a visit to Neasham Road caravan site where you engaged with members of the Roma, Gypsy and traveller community. Will you be following up and visiting other sites within the town? I'm conscious as a ward councillor for Bringburn and Fairberdale, we have a site within our ward.
Yes, thank you for the questions. I did undertake a visit to the Neasham Road caravan site and met a number of residents there, and we talked around messages of health protection, about equality and about inclusion, and about people's access to some of the some of the tools that as they would call the settled community have access to. So for me, it's really important so that they have somebody to talk to, that they have a connection, and that they don't feel excluded, because it's really important that we are seen as a council to be supporting all of our communities. have been invited back again for a social occasion, and I'm more than happy to inform members of the outcome of that. In relation to, I believe it's Honeypot in your ward, I have reached out to them as well. It's a bit more difficult undertaking a visit to that particular site for a number of reasons that I'm happy to talk to you about at another point. But I have reached out to them. They have been provided with all of the materials from a public health message and from a stronger communities message around accessing lots of different services as the site in Neasham Road has. But there are some logistical operational difficulties around accessing that site.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Durham, are your questions answered now?
Yes, appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Right, thank you. Finally, Councillor Lucas, then we'll have a short break. Councillor Lucas.
Yeah, this will be very brief, and I'm glad people keep commenting about your hair, Councillor Nicholson, because I think it's looking fine, although, especially in terms of mental health, it is important to keep well groomed. So I'm glad you're going to be getting a haircut tomorrow. But one thing I did want to say to you, in terms of complacency, I don't think that Councillor Newell was saying we believe that you're being complacent. I think that wasn't what she was saying. It was about residents being complacent as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So that's a comment. You may or may wish to comment on that, Councillor Nicholson.
Yep, we'll make sure every resident is informed around the seriousness of this situation. As I said, and I know we're all itching for that break, but you know, as soon as things change in Darlington, members will be the first to know. And you know, we need to be very mindful of our neighbours having a very challenging time at the moment. So we'll update you as soon as anything changes.
Thank you for the update on those important issues. Colleagues, I will suspend the meeting until 8:30. We have 5 minutes to make a cup of tea, let the dog out, or I'll look at my hair and try and groom it a bit better. 8:30 for return. Thank you. Is everyone on mute, please? Colleagues, streaming has recommenced. If we could carry on with the agenda, please. If I could move to item 8F, which is the overview of the local, apologies colleagues, overview of the Cabinet Member with a portfolio for local services, and I would invite Councillor Keir to introduce the report. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of the report on the local services portfolio, which has been previously circulated. I have no further comments. If members would like to ask some questions, I'd be welcome to answer them.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Colleagues, do you have any questions for Councillor Keir that relate to his portfolio and/or his report, please? Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the later agenda item regarding town centre parking, I note that the Combined Authority has suggested that it may be willing to support car parking initiatives within the town centre. I would therefore be grateful if the member could set out any measures being undertaken by this council to support bus users within the borough and increase the patronage of our public transport. As is highlighted in the latter report, that bus patronage and public transport patronage is down 30 to 35% during COVID. So could you outline any current measures? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor McCollum, for that question. As you know, the bus contracts are with the TVCA, and whilst it's been in COVID and the level of person who can go onto a bus is diminished, there are only a finite amount of buses available for the TVCA to pull on and ask for the bus companies to put on. So there are plans in place to maximise those bus routes and changing the operators are changing some of those bus routes by putting bigger buses in certain routes, but they can only stretch so far, Councillor McCollum, and the aim of the council and both TVCA and the council is to maximise those routes as much as possible. I would just like to say that there's also the pool in reference to the schools, for example. Again, it was quite a difficult situation because we didn't know how many kids were going back to school, etc., etc. But we had to maximise the amount of buses available to do that, and of course that clashes with getting other people onto the buses and make space available, or to make other buses available for the school. So most of the concentration recently has been on making sure that we have enough capacity available for the school runs, but as the situations change and as people start to get as we start to see the actual numbers that are going to be there, then we'll look at it, and it's constantly under review. I think the key thing is any rule changes will have a big effect on the quantity of people that can actually go into the buses. So that is under constant review, but again, it's a TVCA initiative, and it gets input from the various councils, so it's constantly under review, and it's about maximising those numbers.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Renton. Councillor Renton. We will move on to Councillor Holroyd, and we'll clarify if Councillor Renton wishes to ask a question. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I just second Libby's question, Councillor McCollum's question about bus use. I just wanted to urge that we do need to subsidise those who can't get around because they can't afford or don't wish to travel by car. And it's a moral question, really. Should we be subsidising car parking for those who are rich enough to own a car, when we're not subsidising those who don't have any other means to travel, and it's often very expensive to travel by bus. But I wanted, on this particular point, I wanted to raise the issue about the Tees Valley Joint Waste Management Contract. My concern is that we make it more affordable to burn things. Should we not be increasing waste reduction activities, supporting reuse and recycling, and not aiming to burn more? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Yeah, I don't have any issues with what you're saying. I think the biggest constraint that we have with the buses, as I say, is overcapacity rather than actual subsidy or anything like that. I think if the buses could take more passengers, they would. So the big constraint just now at this time is capacity. On the waste reduction, I think going forward we have to absolutely maximise our recycling. We have to do all of the things that we have and previous administrations have tried to do in respect to making sure that recycle is not contaminated, making sure that we separate and do all of the right things. I think on the waste management direction we're going, I think it's right. I think cost, economies of scale, regeneration, competitive value within the Tees Valley for getting the best operator in the area are all the things that compel us to go to this joint Tees Valley. It's one operation. It will be in one place, one situation. The fact that we now have Newcastle and Durham coming in as well, where we can maximise that again, economies of scale, reducing the cost. And I think on the regeneration side, we're getting a fair amount of regeneration from electricity. The waste that comes off that's going to be there as well. And I think we have to look at the carbon capture part of that as well. So that's all part of the same thing. And I think for me, the technology we have just now, I think this is the correct direction we're going to go. And the whole of the Tees Valley and including up to Newcastle and Durham benefit from having one site.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Holroyd with the joint waste management contract, it is going to be a massive incinerator, and I think it would be honest to call it an incinerator. And I hope that we learn the lessons that other countries in Europe have learned, who have gone down this road of waste incinerators, who often now regret the decision of building them because they're a very expensive disincentive to recycling. And I noticed within the paperwork for this contract, local authorities have set targets for recycling. The target for Darlington is actually lower than our current recycling rate, which shows a startling lack of ambition. And the other thing is that the amount of energy that goes into these plants is that's actually recovered is just a fraction. And Councillor Keir referred to carbon capture and storage, which is still an unproven technology at scale. So my concern is that we as an authority, although we may be getting a better price by going in with a lot of other authorities, we are tying ourselves to a decision that will cost us money for a long time and disincentivise the move to a zero waste economy, which apparently current administration and the previous administration in Westminster were set strong on achieving.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. That was a comment, I presume. Councillor Keir, anything to respond to that? Do you wish to respond? Councillor Keir, apologies, you're on mute.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Yeah, it was a comment. It wasn't a question. Obviously, I disagree where Councillor Snedker's going, and I think we need to use the technology available to us at the time. I think technology has moved on from the initial incinerator that he uses examples from the past. I think those learnings are going to be included in this. I think technology does move on, and I think we as a council have to look for the most economic, most environmentally friendly methods that we have available to us going forward. And I think at this stage, this is the best technology we have. We have economies of scale. We have other authorities who obviously agree with us, and we've also seen that now we have Durham and Newcastle coming in. So there must be some good in the science doing that. But I think the point, the general point around, is there something else we can do? Absolutely. I think we have to, the more we can send to recycle, the less we have to send to this incinerator. This energy, it's a re-energising, it is called an incinerator by some. I'd use the same word as Councillor Snedker used there, but for me it's about re-energising. So I'm going to say it's an energy solution. It's the best technology we have just now. I think we've moved on from where Councillor Snedker has his baseline, and I think the recycling part is going to be the focus going forward. And I think we need to figure out how we do that much better. I know it's difficult. I know previous administrations have put in various things. I think we need to get together and put our heads together and challenge ourselves how we get that number up to, when you speak to the people in that industry, they reckon 65% recycling is the magic number, and if we could get up to there, that would be fantastic. It's a very hard challenge, and I think that's where we need to set our sights.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. I'm going to try for a third time, Councillor Renton. Councillor Renton, are you there? It would seem not.
Anything? Hello? Hello?
Oh, yes, Councillor Renton.
I think it's the button on this.
Right.
Go
Are
we
ahead.
happy?
Do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Keir, there's been a noticeable positive change in fly tipping being reported and removed quickly in the borough. Can you give us insight as to what is driving this success and how we could potentially ensure it continues into the future?
Thank you, Councillor Renton. Councillor Keir will respond.
Thank you, Councillor Renton. Yeah, well, I hope people have noticed that fly tipping is being tackled much quicker and much more effectively recently. I think we have put an extra crew on in the past 3 months to bring a level of cleanliness and a level of expectation at those back lanes that we want to build on for the future. And I think there's looking at a three-pronged attack on this, and I know it's been done before, but I think we have to continue to do this. There are three-pronged attack of this is how good it could be. This is what we expect and we would hope our residents would do to maintain that. And then there's the enforcement side that we're working hard on as well. We've got campaigns on around the enforcement side to say, well, if you are going to continually cause problems for your neighbours and your friends round about you, or you are a fly tipper who's going to come into Darlington and tip material, then we're going to make life as difficult for you as possible. So I think that's the task that we have ahead of us, and I think the clean-up rates and the getting to the fly tips quicker, Councillor Renton, has been noticed, and I think it's been a success. I think the key for going forward is how do we maintain that going forward, and bring in those other aspects to make the behavioural change that has less need for that additional crew.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Could I bring in now Councillor Harker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraph 13, which is in the head of steam section. The paragraph refers to the 2025 celebrations. Can you give us any more detail on what your vision is for that event? And I'm sure it's a wonderful opportunity to showcase locomotion and to demonstrate why that should remain in Darlington. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Harker, thank you very, very much for the question. I think it's the plans are there. They're in motion. They're not public as yet. We had some good plans set for the start of the the programme starting on the 27th of this month. The mayor and the other some other mayors, but the locomotive coming through. That's all been hit by the government rule change recently. So the splash that we were hoping to have is somewhat diminished, although we're going to have a smaller complement starting on Monday, and essentially it's going to be the start of the countdown to 2025, starting in Middlesbrough, coming through Stockton, picking up the mayors, stopping at Bank Top, and then at the Heritage Centre at the station there. But it's going to be a limited folks. Now there are plans in place for that day. But going forward, I think if we can hold our breath to the next meetings, then I think we'll probably have a clearer view of the plans for the 2025, at least in outline going forward. There is, personally, I think it's one of the most exciting things that we're going to see for a while. I think once we start to get into it, and once we start to realise and make public some of the stuff that the folks are talking about, I think if you could hold in that, Councillor Harker, for a couple of months, then I'm sure you would you'll be impressed. So
thank you.
If I could leave it at that just now.
Yeah, thank you. Could I bring in Councillor Lucas now, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, it was lovely to see Councillor Keir and his wife out eating, celebrating her birthday, I believe, a few weeks ago. In fact, there was 3 councillors from different parties all in the same restaurant at the same time. If only we'd had a member of the Green Party and someone from Liberal Democrats, we could have had a council meeting. It would have been marvellous. But congratulations on the celebration that you were having that day. And you understand that I understand that one of the budget pressures already identified is that of the Hippodrome being unable to have its usual programme. And I've got to commend what the staff have been doing there and how we're trying to get back into new ways, because as someone who uses the Hippodrome and loves the Hippodrome, it's been really difficult on not being able to get to see live theatre. But I do appreciate what's being done in terms of reopening of the cafe, reopening of having tours around. I'm quite liking the ghost tour, but I'm wondering, in terms of social distancing, has that changed now? I mean, I don't know how many people it was before, but I'm assuming that's going to change as well. But I do think that the programme that we've got on, considering where we're at in terms of COVID, is impressive. And so thank you all for that. And please thank the staff for the work they've done. However, at present, how far into the future is that pressure built into the budget? And so when will a further decision be required? Will the government income compensation scheme cover some of the revenue loss? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. It was good to see you that evening. The food was excellent as well. There is quite a lot in the report on the creative side, and I really like that being in there, because it does show how much has been going on to keep the engagement of folks in the arts and to keep people engaged, children and adults engaged in the Hippodrome in itself and the library, etc., etc. It's been, I think the work that they've done there they've looked at very artistic people are by nature very, very innovative, and they've looked at ways they can make that happen, and I've got to commend them. So I will pass on your thanks. I think that's a fantastic compliment. I think as we go through the COVID process, and who knows what's going to be happening in 3 or 4 months, but obviously budgets were going to be looked at and were going to be checked. A programme was looking to build up for next year. We need to see how that's affected now as well. So I think it's all up in the air just now, Councillor Lucas, and we'll be constantly reviewing that. But the fact that the Hippodrome has opened up, the ghost tours are very, very popular. I think people are really enjoying those. So we'll do what we can do just now, but I think on the funding side of it, on the costing side of it, I think being honest with you, I don't know where that's going to go. We'll have to look at how that affects the MTFP.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Keir. Could I bring in Councillor Tate now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on the back of Councillor McCollum and Councillor Holroyd. I've also got the feeling that a lot of the schemes that we use to encourage people to use the town centre are very car driven. Coming from Eastbourne, I've got a lot of residents that are reliant on a bus service. Now, they never get a benefit of a free car parking space in the town. So I think the question, to be more specific, is about subsidising the price of a bus ticket. For a return journey on a single journey from my area of the town, it's £3.60. And as a non-driver myself, I sometimes use that service. And I understand we want to encourage drivers to come into the town, but we should be encouraging people from my area to come into the town more often. So maybe we do need to look at a scheme where we subsidise the cost of a bus ticket as opposed to just giving a free car parking space. And just to move on in regards to waste management and the street cleaning teams, I'd just like to say thanks to that department. We get quite a lot of fly tipping in Eastbourne, and the team are always very responsive and it's always dealt with very quickly. So thanks very much for that, Andy.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Councillor Keir, any comment there?
Yep. Thank you. No, I take your point, Councillor Tate, regarding the buses. Again, it's driven by TVC. A lot of the bus routes are subsidised to a degree, and obviously through COVID and through the current crisis, to keep those buses going, they're currently being subsidised as well. So, as I say, that whole side of it is dealt with through the TVCA. I think on the thank you very much. I'll take back to the street scene teams. I'll take back to them your comments, and hopefully the people will recognise that having that baseline going forward. What we have to do to maintain that, I think that's the secret going forward. So with that, I'll finish.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Durham, Scott Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Keir, just going on to number 45 within your report, grounds maintenance. It's just in and around that. Obviously, during COVID, a lot of people, both for exercise and for the mental well-being, have been doing a lot more walking than they probably would have. And it's been noticeable the positive comments that people have made in and around wildflowers that have been planted within the town over the last year or so. Is that a scheme that is going to continue in the future?
I think it's a scheme we'd love to continue in the future. I think the more we look at that, the grass verges, I think it's something we're going to be that I'm going to be looking at going forward as well, about the management of grass verges and how we maintain them in respect to wildflowers, natural habitat, etc., etc. So that is something that I think is worthy of looking at the future, and hopefully the current level of flower deliveries or seeds that are getting given out in support from the council. We'll see how much that takes, Councillor Durham, and hopefully we can manage to keep that level of support for those wildflower beds, because I think, being honest, when I walk through Beechwood, for example, and I see the flower beds there and they're up and running, it's just a good sight. So I think that whole arena we need to put some focus on it and just make some good decisions in what we're going to do.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. We have three questions. So I'd ask colleagues if Councillor Keir has covered this, the area that you may wish to be asking about. Perhaps, I don't wish to constrain debate, but I am conscious of time and seeking to move the agenda forward. I'll bring Councillor Curry in next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is on the item 10. I'll do a little bit about it first. I'm pleased that this roundabout is almost complete. There was some confusion where people had previously gone straight up the Eastern Corridors, going straight on, and it's now turning right to go through that. It has caused confusion and some near crashes. But at a previous briefing on the roundabout, I was told that there was going to be decorated on the roundabout would be 4 trains. Is this going to happen closer to the celebration, or are we going to see it sooner than that?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Keir to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Curry, I wish I could give you a definite answer. It's pretty soon. There is still work going on in the roundabout, and let me respond to you accurately on that in a written answer, and I'll get that back to you as soon as possible.
Finally, Councillor Linda Hughes. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question. The NHS app that is launched to date, there's a bit of confusion from I've seen from a few small businesses, particularly in retail, as to whether they need to download the QR code. As far as I can see, that's a no, and it's just for the hospitality local authorities. But I wonder if we can get that message clarified for businesses, because obviously that question is being asked. It's not very clear from what I've tried to look for so far, but I'm just wondered if Councillor Keir knew, or one of, or maybe Councillor Nicholson. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes, I don't know. I don't know at all. But Councillor, I don't know if Councillor Nicholson.
More than happy to intervene if you'd like me to. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Right, Councillor Nicholson, are you able to clarify? We're moving outside of Councillor.
Yeah, just quickly, briefly. I appreciate it. Yes, they are all legally required to. Yes, they are all legally required to.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
He said they are all legally required to.
So that includes retail as well, so small business shops as well. Yeah, right. Thank you. You're on mute, Councillor McEwen.
Gosh, schoolboy error, I do apologise. Item 8G is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for resources, and I would invite Councillor Charles Johnson, Councillor Johnson, to introduce his report. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the resources portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And may I highlight some of the good things in the report which the Council has delivered to date. Despite COVID-19, we've maintained our collection of council taxes and business rates to date at the same level as it has been over several years. At the same time, we have supported residents who are financially affected by the pandemic using the Government Hardship Fund totalling 1.1 million. In respect of COVID-19 funding, we have received to date 7.17 million from the government to support the council's finances, and we're preparing a further claim to government in respect of the lost income compensation scheme, which we anticipated to be over 3 million. We've also given over 2,000 Darlington businesses support as we distributed 24.9 million from the government business support grant and discretionary support grant schemes. We've received in total 38 million to date to support Darlington through the pandemic from the government. Whilst it's not in my report, I would like to let members know that the staff flu vaccine programme is due to start in October, which will help protect staff and subsequently service provision. Our health and safety team has done sterling work ensuring our staff have safe systems in which to work, and also spending time assisting schools in COVID safety procedures. Our central partnership continues to blossom in its 12th year, and the partnership has now achieved 17.2 million of savings, bearing in mind the original expectation was 7.4 million over 10 years. We are all experiencing remote meetings using our IT structure, and we love or hate the process. However, IT has allowed us to continue, to operate as efficiently as a council. I can also advise we've received £20,850 for the Wellbeing in Education Fund. Finally, Mr Mayor, our town centre plan keeps moving on at a pace, and in support of that, we've recently acquired the former Sports Direct premises in East Street. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do we have any question or comment for Councillor Johnson? Councillor Snedker, you're on mute.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I didn't hear you call me. Apologies. The report, Councillor Johnson, does highlight the extraordinary lengths that have gone to support individual people, workers and businesses, and indeed they were needed because these are extraordinary times. And it's also reassuring to hear that collection of council tax and business rates remain high, as these are vital. But even before the coronavirus outbreak, the predicted difference between income and expenditure was leading to a medium-term financial plan that predicted burning through our reserves by the end of the plan. And this shouldn't be a surprise, because funding to local councils in 2010 was some 32 billion, and currently that has fallen to 4.5 billion. Even the retention of business rates was never going to fill this gap, as the retention of business rates is 17.8 billion, some £10 billion shortfall in funding to local councils. So that's worrying, that the retention of business rates isn't going to make up the shortfall, but also the downward trend in business rates is also a worry for me. In 2010, business rates represented 1.55% of GDP. And the prediction is in a couple of years' time, it will have fallen to 1.35% of GDP. So it's clear to me that the current system of funding local councils is insufficient to meet the need. The Green Party of long...
May I ask, are you moving towards a question for Councillor Johnson? Thank you.
I am. The Green Party have long been an advocate of a sustainable and progressive funding settlement for local government, and we extol a land value tax. We believe that swapping business rates for a land value tax not only brings the economic efficiency improvements of taxing wealth rather than of owning an asset to taxing economic activity. Would council... Sorry, Councillor Johnson.
Mr Johnson, let Councillor Snedker finish. He'll come to his question shortly, I do hope.
Indeed. I was just going to ask Councillor Johnson, would he take a serious look at the work undertaken by the New Economics Foundation on the subject of moving to a land value tax, and share his thoughts with me? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Johnson to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor. Yes, I will have a look at New Economic Foundation documents. I'm always interested in keeping a bridge of good ideas. However, we are a local council organisation and we do not run the national parliament, where a lot of this would be resolved. I will, however, take his advice and look at this document. It seems as though it has something to consider. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If I could bring in Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In paragraph 1 of Councillor Johnson's report, he explains that he's ensured that the collection of council tax remained a high priority during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that he's overseen an extra £1 million to support residents. And I'd like to say that this is indeed most welcome. You'll be aware that from 24th August, bailiffs have been able to recommence visits to people's homes. And bailiffs working for Equita, acting on behalf of Darlington Borough Council, are now attempting to gain entry to the homes of residents who, for many different reasons, owe money to the council. I am at the moment assisting a vulnerable person who has 3 children living at home and who is in just this situation. I obviously won't go into details here. I do find it deeply troubling that government has prioritized reintroducing bailiff enforcement for debts like council tax over helping households reeling from the financial shock of lockdown. Government should be showing the way on enlightened debt practices, but instead has fallen further behind the harm prevention approaches required of private sector lenders. What people in hardship need is help, not draconian enforcement. Mr. Mayor, I would ask Councillor Johnson to review arrangements for debt collection by those who act in our name, especially when it involves residents with mental health issues or other disclosed vulnerabilities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cindy Hughes. Councillor Johnson to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sympathies with everything that Councillor Hughes has said. In fact, last Cabinet meeting, I said I was concerned and worried about debt, and therefore to progress on this, I'm arranging a meeting with the Pauline Mitchell and her team and the debt team to fully understand how this process works, from receiving an indication of debt to taking things to court or to write things off. And writing things off, in my opinion, at least allowing debt to accrue and then writing them off, is a rather strange thing to do, because it gives us no gain whatsoever. So I will be having a look at that. I've invited Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Durham to be a part of that meeting, and between us we should be able to put a report together and present it to Council in due course. So please be patient on any detailed questions until we've had that meeting. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. I know Councillor Nicholson has raised his hand. I don't know whether you want to come in. It's to do with this theme here, Councillor Nicholson.
Oh no, it was simply just to make a comment on Councillor Johnson's replacement as deputy leader. I just wanted to just pay tribute to Councillor Johnson, who I know has worked exceptionally hard over the last year and been very supportive to me, particularly around housing issues. And you know, Councillor Johnson's passion for numbers is a little bit more than mine, and I just wanted to acknowledge his hard work over the last year. And I know that his former wife Carol was very proud to be the leader, and it can't have been an easy thing to let go of.
Thank you. I'm sure Councillor Johnson doesn't need a reply, but I would echo those comments as well, particularly his interest in numbers, Councillor Johnson. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Paragraph 10 of the submitted report addresses the Council's strategic use of the furlough scheme. The member states in the report that 128 staff are on flexible furlough. My question is, when does the member expect all staff to return to full-time employment? And furthermore, in light of the news from government today, how does he anticipate that the succession of furlough by the government's wage subsidy scheme will affect the council staff on flexible furlough? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Johnson to respond. You're on mute, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have received the new announcement on furlough, and we have not yet digested it. We don't know exactly what it's going to mean to us. And until we do that, and the officers have decided on how it's going to present itself, I really can't comment further.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'm sure you'll update members.
I will indeed.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. On point 14 of the report, I commend the savings made through Central, and it's great to know that these savings are made for each council involved, rather than being a public-private partnership with often eye-watering profits taken out, which may lead to some of the reported failures that are mentioned for those types of partnership. I hope we are able to make use of future public and public community partnerships to help further improve the town, cut carbon, regenerate the economy and make life better whilst also making savings for the council. Of course, I would love to come up with creative green solutions to the funding gap in our budget, so we can think outside the box and reduce council outgoings and increase income to reduce the hole in this budget as a long-term aim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Johnson to respond.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are moving into difficult times. There's no doubt about that. Putting together the next year budget is not going to be a simple issue. We will have to look at some difficult decisions to take. And until we sort of draft out our first thoughts on the budget, there's not a lot I can say at this point in time. I agree with your sentiment on public and public partnership. We try and do our best. We will use whatever tools are at our that we can use to improve our income. We use such things as joint ventures, which are working well. So any suggestions that may help in producing affordable budgets will be welcomed. So I'm sure the officers will be already looking at the partnership arrangements. And as I say, budgeting, it's going to be very difficult and we're all going to be involved.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. If we could move now to item 8H, which is the overview of the Cabinet Member with the portfolio for stronger communities. I would invite Councillor Dalston to introduce his reports, and I would say before he commences, congratulations on his recent appointment. Councillor Dalston. Councillor Dalston.
Well, that was a poor start. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Stronger Communities portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And in doing so, I would draw members to the following. I want to begin by paying tribute to the family and friends of Anas, who sadly lost his life on Monday, the 17th of August, after getting into difficulties in the River Tees. Anas was 15 years old and taken far too soon. I would now like to thank council officers, local businesses, community activists and Councillor Wright for the fantastic work they did in adapting the Darlington Pride celebrations to a predominantly virtual event. The feeling throughout the weekend was energetic, with a strong emphasis of creating awareness and reducing hate crime within the LGBT community. This year, the council, in partnership with Darlington Cares, were quick to respond and bridge the gap to those who were experiencing financial difficulties in children returning to school. With the fantastic support of the community and local businesses, we received and recycled over 4,000 items of clothing, which supported over 422 families. A great example of how, when we come together, we truly can build stronger communities. Finally, I would like to express my sincere thanks to both Suzanne Joyner and Miriam Davidson for the dedicated service to the residents of Darlington. Both have made significant impacts in enhancing the lives of so many people and have contributed heavily in building stronger communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I'm replicating your approach, Councillor Dalston. There is no failure, only feedback. Yeah, are there any questions or comment? I've got Councillor Crumby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Dalston. First of all, I would like to echo your comments to Anas's family. And on saying that, I wish to thank staff for their hard work in regards to apprehending some fly tippers relevant to paragraph 36. However, once again at Council, I am making reference to deployable CCTV cameras. An area in our ward of Banktop and Lascelles is still experiencing high volumes of fly tipping, parking of overloaded lorries outside of residential properties, antisocial behaviour including quad bikes and an incident of extreme violence. This is still having a detrimental effect on our residents living in the area. A very high volume of reports and concerns have been reported over a prolonged period. My questions to you are, why is the council data analysis system not flagging this area as high alert, as they have access to partner systems data to locate and support local activity hotspots? And if it has been flagged, why is this not being challenged? Also, once again, I ask if we can deploy a camera to this area as a matter of urgency for our residents. Thank you, Councillor Dalston.
Thank you, Councillor Crumbie. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Firstly, I also share the concern she has with regards to Banktop. I think it's a particular area that has a number of issues with regards to the environment and antisocial behaviour. With regards to off-road motorbikes, I've written a letter to Joe Farrell last week about this very issue, and I think that they need to change their approach to how they deal with this. I don't think Down Constabulary has the right approach in terms of going after these people who continue to terrorise our communities. I think they need to be a little bit more bold in their approach. I think they need to be actively engaging with these people as they come across them. And I also expect them to change their approach to risk assessing how those calls, when they initially go into the control room, are dealt with. Because if someone's ringing up to say that an off-road motorbike is on a pavement, to me, that is an immediate threat to life, and it should be an immediate response, not a priority response, not a scheduled response with a 2-hour turnaround. There should be police officers attending that location immediately. So I have raised my concerns with regards to that. In terms of the deployable cameras, we have a number of them both overtly and covertly deployed throughout the borough, and we are seeing some fantastic results. So we'll ensure that we can have a look at your area specifically and start getting some of them deployed in there, because the results are really fantastic.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Paley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a comment on point 37 of the report, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of the officers and everyone involved in the property of 73 Longfield Road. I know this was a big problem in my ward, and hopefully, as the report says, it'll bring some peace back to the local residents.
Thank you, Councillor Paley. I don't know whether you wish to comment on that, Councillor Dawson.
No, just to echo Councillor Paley, my delight also with regards to the result that we got from court. That particular property was causing a nuisance to the residents, as Councillor Paley outlined. And one particular day we observed 97 different residents. I mean, I'm a social butterfly, but that's just absolutely appalling. So I was able to, I'm glad that we were able to get the result that the community wanted.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Ali.
Hi, I've got two things that I'd like to mention, and I'll try and get through them as quick as possible.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what everyone else has said and congratulate yourself on your new appointment, Councillor Dalston. Echoing what we've said about water safety, I'd like to talk about reference 12. We have over the years had too many deaths. As you correctly state, it was indeed a very sad incident what happened with Anas Al Rafai, which involved the family from this constituency. I was able to provide some support for the family at the time and felt their sadness firsthand. His mum was absolutely devastated. All the services involved did a remarkable job in such a critical time and a challenging time. The whole of the borough came together that night, and it was so nice to see that no language, no cultural division, nothing stopped everyone coming together. We value and commend everyone involved. Whilst we should all be aware of the dangers that water can cause, especially during inclement weather, it seems to me that it would perhaps be useful if the signs which alert the public to danger could be evaluated, with a view to providing other languages, versions, and also adding colour to go beyond regional dangers, so it's actively promoted across our local schools also. Could I therefore ask that this request be considered, please? The next thing was the Safer Streets Fund 22. Congratulations on the successful bid to provide the £298,918 of funding to support the Safer Streets initiative in Northgate and North Road. How much of this is allocated for Northgate, and do we know yet the specific areas in Northgate that are targeted? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the water safety, the initial post-incident report will be available tomorrow. So I very much look forward to the summary of how the police and multiple agencies have put some recommendations going forward. One of the big things I've been clear on is, although physical signage down near the River Tees is important, I think electronic signage in terms of our campaigns on social media is where we can really make the impact, especially with young people. So what you'll see over the next coming months, and also as we head into next summer, is an elevation of the work we do online, just to really raise that awareness with young people of the dangers to the rivers. In terms of the sorry.
No, go ahead, Councillor Dawson. I do apologise for interrupting you.
It's okay. With regards to the Safer Streets Fund, that's predominantly aimed at the Northgate ward, but it also encompasses part of North Road. What that's targeting is, we'll use a system called Akuma, where we bring all of the different issues from fire brigade, health, and the local authority. It goes onto a database and we risk assess where the biggest issues are. In addition to that, what we'll be doing is any person who's been a victim of crime over the last year with regards to burglaries, whether that's dwelling or non-dwelling, then we will be reaching out to those people to do some target hardening, for example, you know, some external lights and things like that. So there's a number of projects we're doing to utilise that fund.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to take this opportunity to say congratulations on your new post there, Councillor Dalston. I know you've got a huge passion for the town, and personally, the help that you've given me behind the scenes for the Pride event really goes a long way. Thank you very much for that. I'd just like to echo what Councillor Crumby says about our area, especially with the street scene. Now, we've been really lucky that, yes, we've had the fly tips, but the street scene have been fantastic for us. So I'd just like to thank those, but we do have a long way to go. So we do need that police present, especially with the lorries that we're having on our ward. But I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the full council, everyone who did support the Pride event, especially the Pride Actually video. That was cross-party working, and we had every party in that video, and it really did work. So I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything to respond there, Councillor Dawson?
No, I just obviously to echo Councillor Wright's efforts with regards to the LGBT awareness, not just both at Pride, but the work he continues to do. He's now developing a scheme. We shall go into our schools and educate our young people. When the leader introduced the role of ambassador, Darian was the first person, the first ambassador role that the leader introduced, and he's absolutely living and breathing that role and continues to go from strength to strength. So on behalf of myself and the leader, thank you for the work you're doing to increase both equality and diversity within the borough.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Councillor Dalston, for many years I've been actually lobbying our highways to look at putting bollards in certain areas to stop fly tipping. There are certain areas in my ward, and I'm sure there are certain areas right across the borough, which would benefit for the simple introduction of bollards to stop lorries getting down lanes and getting into laybys. And for some mysterious reasons, well, for some mysterious reasons which nobody's actually told me, we won't do it. Now, you forgive me for just talking about Hyington, but there are certain areas, if we put a bollard up, lorry can't get down, litter will not be dumped, and litter is dumped repetitively over the years. And whilst I've spoke to street scene, I spoke to highways, tried to express the cost it takes to remove litter, remove a fly tip with a lorry, 2 drivers driving out a 12, 14 mile round trip, the message doesn't get through. So could I ask you to talk to our highways management and just push them for bollards, and if they won't go down that lane, go down that way, tell them to come back to me with the reasons why they won't do it. On another thing, which is good news, members will be aware that Darlington Forest have been awarded a grant of about £7,000 to plant 6,000 trees, which I think, Councillor Dilson, I think you would agree with me that we need to thank them for their effort and for the work they're doing. But as far as community engagement and development is concerned, Councillor, to plant 7,000 trees, they're going to need a fair bit of help. So could I encourage all councillors, particularly in the urban areas, of course, to get aboard the Darlington Forest bus, and when these trees are received, get out there and get some planting done, and certainly encourage some of your residents to help, because it'll be one hell of a big improvement when they get these trees growing, albeit at this stage they are whips, which are not very small, but they will make so much difference to the urban part of Darlington. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Dawson, any comment on the bollard issue?
Yeah, obviously I can't speak for previous years, but what I will say is we're absolutely, both myself and Councillor Kia are committed to exploring various different opportunities that can reduce fly tipping within our communities. So there's nothing off limits. You know, we are talking about trials with regards to back lane gates and stuff like that. So target hardening is absolutely on the agenda. It will continue to be part of the discussion, and where appropriate, we will trial different areas to give you and your community the reassurance that we are taking this matter extremely seriously. With regards to the second point, absolutely, both myself and the leader happy to plant trees. In fact, I'm sure Heather would be delighted to plant the first tree. She might not, maybe it's not by herself, if you can hear me, but that certainly is a commitment that, from our group, that we will be behind that project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me all right? And good evening, Councillor Dalston, and congratulations on your new role, and very best of luck with everything. I'd just like to refer to paragraph 3, which is the bane of my life, back lanes. It's the back lanes project. There's no doubt the pandemic has put pressure on services provided by enforcement and street scene, but it was really good to see that with the temporary assistance of sort of additional staff, I think some of them were through from Stockton, street scene were out a couple of weeks ago cleaning and re-clearing the 3 streets, the lanes around the 3 streets that were identified in Piermont as being part of the back lanes project. Sadly, this work, you know, though really sort of laudable, doesn't really reflect either the other streets in Piermont, nor really, you know, quite a large area of Darlington. I mean, I go out daily, and with the help of colleagues such as Councillor Ali, and with the amazing support of council officers and enforcement officers, we still have to deal with endless problems of fly tipping. I mean, local fly tipping. I'm not talking about Councillor Lee's type reference to fly tipping. I mean, people in the local back lanes tipping entire households worth of you know, baths, you name it. It's quite horrible. But we've been dealing with rat infestations and overflowing bins. So although it's a really laudable project, I think it's probably a bit too soon and a bit too narrow in scope, you know, 3 or 4 streets in each of the chosen wards. It's just a bit too narrow currently to sort of herald it as a total success. So what I would ask with respect is, when, I mean, bearing in mind the pandemic, obviously, but when we can see it being rolled out to all the back lanes in the borough. And if it's possible to have all the local councils appraised of, you know, any particular initiatives like taking on extra team of workers or any sort of particular projects, so that the local councillors can get involved, because it just helps us coordinate better with the Backlanes project. So that's what I would ask. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Any comment, Councillor Dalston?
No, just I've noted Councillor Layton's comment.
Thank you. Okay, could I bring in Councillor Scott Durham, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been really heartwarming to hear across the board the congratulations sort of comments to yourself tonight, Councillor Dalston. So I'll just have to follow suit. Congratulations on your recent appointment.
Thank you.
Number 42 in your report, obviously empty homes, and there was empty homes action plan, and you look at the numbers that have changed there, both from 177 down to 149, and etc. And in such a short period of time, from December 2019 to June 2020, taking into account obviously the lockdown situation. So we've really got to say congratulations to the team who've been involved. Now, to a greater or lesser degree, this is an issue right across the town, and it's something which I've been looking at and discussing with officers in terms of a piece of work for scrutiny. But what I was thinking is, do you think it would be beneficial to have a briefing on the work that has been undertaken and the successes? And that briefing would obviously be for all members.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Dawson.
It's interesting, Councillor Durham, because we had this very conversation only last night with Graham Hall, the head of community safety, and what we were saying is that the private sector housing team is it's almost, it works very, very quietly underground, literally underground. It's in D block, but the work that they're actually doing and the results that they're getting is fantastic. And I think you're absolutely right. We should give them the opportunity of raising awareness in exactly what type of work they're undertaking and how it's changing communities. So yeah, I'll take that on board.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like everybody else, Councillor Dalston, congratulations on your new appointment. I know your Nana's going to be thrilled to pieces. Moving quickly on, I'd just like to comment on item 4, especially on Darlington Cares and the work that's been done with school uniforms. I was very privileged to go and help out at the school uniform shop for 3 or 4 days when it was at its busiest. And can I just say that it was a fantastic initiative, and I don't know whether I'm allowed to mention names of staff, whether that's appropriate politically, but can I just say that I was blessed to work with the members of staff for Darlington Cares, because they were absolutely spot on. The phone calls that we were delivering to tell people that there was school uniform available, I had people in tears talking to me on that phone because we were able to give them uniforms. So for those of you who don't understand what it's like sometimes to what poverty means, it's not just about poverty in Darlington when it comes to school uniforms, because what does happen is school uniforms is so vastly expensive. When you have schools that are telling you have to wear this type of uniform, that type of blazer, and children grow really, really quickly, as anyone who's a parent will tell you. But please pass on. It's a fantastic initiative. I hope it continues, because it can't just be a one-off. It has to be continuing throughout the year, because children will always need good school uniforms. And we saw that in Darlington, people do care, and people were prepared, A, to donate, and B, to collect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything to say there, Councillor Dalston?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lucas, and also thank you for giving up your time to support that initiative. Myself and Councillor Clark went down launch it. And well, I suppose, well, we thought we were helping, we probably weren't, but we turned up, and it was fantastic. And again, to see people's faces when you're able to support them in getting the children back to school is fantastic. I think with regards to, I'm pleased that to make it political slightly, the Conservative government has took it forward. I know that it's in the legislation is its second reading in the House of Lords with regards to not making it mandatory for schools to dictate the logos on jumpers and uniform, which I think is a significant step forward and will support so many people moving forward. So I'm really pleased that is actually being taken seriously.
Okay, Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dunstan, I've been speaking to a Darlington resident who told me that her daughter was using the bread and butter thing from Mount Pleasant and said how successful it has become. Is this something you intend on rolling out to the rest of the wider town?
Councillor Dawson to respond.
Absolutely, Councillor Donoghue, and I'd actually like to share some figures with you. First of all, I'm delighted by the success of the bread and butter thing. It's been fantastic. It's making absolute massive impact with our communities. Since it was launched, we've issued 5,420 parcels across 4 different hubs within the town. This has also saved 67 tonnes of food going to landfill and provided over 150,000 meals to residents. It's absolutely amazing. So much so that we're introducing our second van in the next 8 weeks with the hope of extending it to other hubs throughout the borough in the coming months.
Thank you. Can I bring in Councillor Wallace, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I add my congratulations to Councillor Dalston on his recent elevation? However, I refer to paragraph 9 of his report, corporate marketing function. At a time of huge stress on council finances, Councillor Dalston, when we're facing significant costs associated with mounting unemployment, hunger and distress in our communities associated with COVID-19, it's telling that the priority of this Tory-led council is to employ more people to put a gloss on its record. Seems this council is very poor at taking any criticism, but can always find the money for PR and spin. Can Councillor Dalston tell me how many people will be recruited and what the full costs of the corporate marketing function will be? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Dalston.
See, I have a slightly different view on the corporate marketing function, because what this will do is it will create Darlington as a place to be, both in the Tees Valley and wider across the North East. So this role and this team is absolutely crucial to supporting these businesses to get back on their feet as they recover for the effects of COVID-19. So this team here isn't to gloss over and make the council look good. This is to make Darlington look good and ensure that we are absolutely in a strong position so people want to come and work in Darlington, they want to come and bring their business to Darlington, they want to come and socialise in Darlington, and they want to live in Darlington. That's what the focus is of that team, and it will be going forward. In terms of the technical stuff, Councillor Wallace, I will have to get back to you because I don't know the finer detail.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As somebody that works very closely with Jonathan, and I mean his day job at Firth Moor, I'd like to pass on my congratulations to his new position. And it's lovely to hear so many members of the opposition congratulate him too, because people will be aware that obviously the Darlington Labour Party have been alarmed by the appointment. That being said, I'd like to mention the bread and butter scheme that we also run from Firth Moor. It's an absolutely fantastic project. I would recommend that if anybody has any time to support the bread and butter project, volunteers are always required, whether it's from the Firth Moor setting, whether it's from the Cockerton setting, or the Mount Pleasant or the Red Hall one. It is a fantastic scheme, and I would encourage anybody to go along and volunteer. Thanks
Thank you,
very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. Councillor Dawson, anything to comment on?
Just to thank Councillor Tate for his comments, and also thank Councillor Lucas for her contribution to the bread and butter thing in Redall. Every single week, whether that's Siobhan, who's the bread and butter coordinator, everyone is mentioning the impact that Councillor Lucas is making to that community. So you know, a massive thank you.
Fine. Thank
work.
you. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Finally, Councillor Linda Hughes.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very, very briefly, just to say I'm really pleased that we managed the Darlington Pride weekend went ahead this year. I think it's really important we put Darlington on the map, as it were, for Pride in the region. And just a big thank you to Councillor Darian Wright for his video that he put up on over the weekend. If anybody hasn't seen it, shame on you. But for the words that he said and what he purveyed in that video can be nothing but inspiring for young people within this town and further afield that saw it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Linda Hughes. I'd echo my thanks for the work that Darian and others have done. Hopefully he will take on one of my big ideas, won't you, Darian? I've got a massive idea that Darian said that's a good idea, but it's going to be a surprise. And and there may well be some more flash mobs to come, won't there, Darian? Okay, there will indeed. Item number 8 is Town Centre car parking. Report has been circulated to all members. I now call upon Councillor Marshall to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Marshall? When you're ready, Councillor Marshall.
Yes, thanks, Matt. I actually thought Councillor Kay was going to move it and speak to them, because most of it, the parking area, is within his portfolio.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
That is absolutely fine, Councillor Kay. Do you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, sir. This report provides an update on the town centre parking charges and seeks council approval for funding of a range of offers to the end of December 2020, as reported to the Cabinet on the 12th of September. Therefore, I propose a recommendation set out in paragraph 11 for the reasons in paragraph 12.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Okay, that's been seconded. Are there any questions to the Director of Economic Growth, Mr. Williams, Director of Economic Growth and Neighbourhood Services, Mr. Williams, of a technical or factual nature on the report? Any questions? It would seem not. I would now invite members to enter into discussion on the report. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I start by saying that we must all do all we can to support the town centre, particularly in these difficult times during COVID. Without a doubt, businesses have taken a severe hit and are continuing to struggle in the current climate, and therefore it's a no-brainer that we must do as a local authority as much as we can to support our town centre. This report is asking the council to spend nearly £500,000 supporting the town centre. Absolutely, let's do this. However, this report shows that looking back at the parking fee changes that have been made prior to COVID, that they've had little, if no, impact on the town centre in terms of ticket sales. And therefore, I ask the question, what's the sense of spending another £400,000 on a scheme that your own report demonstrates is ineffectual? Instead, let's talk to town centre businesses and between us find another way, find other schemes that this money can be spent to have a real impact on the town centre and actually make a difference rather than what this report proposes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Any more comment or contribution to the debate? Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have lots of comments. I don't know where to start. At
the beginning.
I'm going to start at the end, in fact. The key aim is meant to support the recovery of the town centre, and as per Councillor Harker, I support that. However, I challenge that these efforts won't support the recovery of the town centre. We must base our decisions on evidence, not myths and wishful thinking. And as Councillor Harker states, if previous schemes haven't worked, throwing good money after bad is not the way to go. We need to try out something new. As has been mentioned in earlier reports, perhaps we need to try subsidising the buses so that those who don't or cannot afford to own a car or choose to travel in a more environmentally responsible manner, and encourage new people to come into the town. And it's also likely to result in savings for the council as well from reduced wear and tear on the roads, increased COVID fitness as people get a bit more exercise, as buses are not door to door, reduced pollution, car crashes, and reduced congestion on the roads. I think that's that just sums up. Sorry.
You concluded.
Yes.
Councillor, right. Okay. Any further contributions to the debate, please? Okay. I'd ask Councillor Keir to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report put forward does ask for funding. That funding, we believe, is required to bring people back to the town who cannot, through capacity constraints, use buses. And it's the most safe, and it's been the preferred method as put forward by the government for people to travel when you're isolating. So for the term of this offer up to Christmas, we believe that the value in getting as many people into the council, into the town centre as much as possible, will support those businesses, and that is the intent of this this report. And also the putting time limits on the parking times means that we get a turnover footfall as well, so we don't have people sitting parking bays all day. We do have we will have people coming in, turning over and going back out and making space for other people to come into the town. As we have seen anecdotally in the past 2 months, as the traffic has started to build up a bit, the town centre has had some issues in respect to availability of parking, and we believe that this change in the process will help provide those parking spaces through people not parking there all day. So the essence of the parking charges, and the essence of making those free parking limited, will drive more people to come in, go out, and that leaves space for more folks to come down. So that is the essence of this. I believe it's the right strategy to bring people back into the town, and I would hope and commend this report to council.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Could I now ask any members who do not support the motion moved by Councillor Keir to indicate by raising their electronic hand?
On. Put your camera on as well. Camera. There next to it. Speak
Can
up.
Councillor Jones mute, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Could you mute, please?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I need to speak. Just to point out that there are two of us on one computer here. I had a problem today, as you know. And
Yeah.
we're working off the same computer, so there are two votes here.
All right, I'm aware of that, but you're voting as you're indicating that you do not support the motion moved by your colleague, Councillor Keir. You've turned your hand down, I see. Right. Okay, we're just checking things for a moment, please. Bear with us.
Cannon butt in.
Mr. Mayor, we do support the policy, the report.
Yeah, I understand that, Councillor Jones, Councillor Brian Jones. We're at a point of trying to ascertain who doesn't support it, and then we'll move as part of the process. So we'll be asked who does support it shortly. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask those who are in favour of the motion, recognising the dilemma faced by the Councillor Jones's plural, to indicate by raising their electronic hand. We will take account of Brian and Doris Jones's position. So if you can raise your electronic hand if you are in favour. And I would suggest that Brian and Doris Jones raise their physical hands to denote support. Okay, that's been noted by colleagues, officer colleagues. You can lower your hands now, Brian and Doris. I'm advised that there are 19 in favour. Consequently, we'll have to take a roll vote. At this point, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Swinhoe.
Yes, members, it wasn't clear in terms of the support for the motion, so we just need to clarify it in terms of the actual voting intention. So I'm going to go through each of you by name and ask you if you're voting in favour of the recommendations, against the recommendations, or if you're abstaining. Councillor Ali.
Abstaining.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Baldwin, I think he's left the meeting. Councillor Barch.
For.
Councillor Bell.
For.
Councillor Boddy.
For.
Councillor Chow. Councillor Chow.
For.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Cousins.
Abstain.
Councillor Cruddis. Councillor Cruddis. Your mic's muted at the moment, Councillor. Can we unmute Councillor Cruddis' mic? Councillor Cruddis, are you able to unmute your microphone? Well, we'll come back to you, okay? Councillor Crumby.
Abstain.
Councillor Cully.
For.
Councillor Curry.
For.
Councillor Donoghue.
For.
Councillor Dalston.
For.
Councillor Durham.
For.
Councillor Harker.
Abstain.
Councillor Hazeldine.
You'd have gone on by now.
Councillor Hazeldine. I can see an electronic hand raised for Councillor Hazeldine.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Heslop.
Abstain.
Councillor Holroyd.
Against.
Councillor Howarth.
Abstain.
Councillor Howell. I don't think he's joined the meeting. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Abstain.
Councillor Linda Hughes.
Abstain.
Councillor Johnson.
He's another one asleep.
For.
Councillor Brian Jones.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
For.
Councillor Lang. Councillor Lang? I can see your hand raised. Councillor Lang, are you able to speak? I'll come back. Councillor Layton?
Abstain.
Councillor Lee?
For.
Councillor Lister?
Abstain.
Councillor Lucas?
Abstain.
Councillor Marshall?
For.
Councillor McCullum?
Abstain.
Councillor McEwen?
Abstain.
Councillor Mills?
For.
Councillor Newell?
Abstain.
Councillor Kevin Nicholson? Councillor Kevin?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm for.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson?
Abstain.
Councillor Paley? Councillor Paley? Okay. Councillor Preston?
For.
Councillor Renton?
For.
Councillor Andrew Scott? Andy Scott?
Abstain.
Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker?
Against.
Councillor Tate?
Abstain.
Councillor Tosterman?
For.
Councillor Wallace?
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
For.
Okay, I'll just go back to the people that we couldn't get answers for. So Councillor Cruddas?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lang?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paley? I don't know whether Councillor Paley's dropped out, but we'll process the results we've got.
Could I ask everyone to ensure they are muted, please?
That's 26 in favour, and then you've got the other two.
Oh, shh. I wasn't muted there, Mr. Swinhoe. Okay, we have 26 in favour, we have 2 against, and we have 19 abstentions. The motion is carried. Thank you. If we could move now to item 9, which is the consider overview reports of the scrutiny committees, and these reports have been circulated to all members. Again, I will invite each scrutiny chair in turn to speak, and members will then be given the opportunity to comment and ask questions. Item 9A is the overview of the Adult Scrutiny Committee, and I'd invite Councillor Curry to introduce her report. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to know the content of my report on the work of the Adult Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Are there any comments or questions to Councillor Curry, please? Councillor Crumbie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Curry. After raising a concern at adult scrutiny many months ago and asking twice in this chamber with still no reply regarding the impact of hoarding due to mental health in both council and private sector housing, I decided to look into this along with Councillor Newell. We have found it to be an issue town-wide within your ward of North Road and other areas across the town. Therefore, referrals have been advised and made. My question to you is, can you now tell me how this serious issue was being monitored and managed by council, and can you give me the current statistics of residents and households affected? Thank you.
I can't give you
Curry to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't give you the figures because I don't have them at hand, but I can tell you that it is being monitored by the housing and the antisocial behaviour team within housing are looking at it. I can get you the figures before the middle of next week and be able to give you that.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Item 9B is the overview of children and young people scrutiny committee. I'd invite Councillor Cindy Hughes to introduce her report. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to invite members to note the content of my report on the working of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. And in so doing, I'd very quickly like to draw your attention to paragraph 18 that talks about the successful Trailblazer bid put forward by Darlington Borough Council. And that's really good news. But I want you to realize that that doesn't actually kick in until September 2021. So that's why Councillor Lucas's question regarding finance from the Wellbeing for Education Return Program was so important, because that has the potential to offer mental health and wellbeing support to children and young people this year. So I'm really keen to get the details on that when they are available. Paragraph 21, it highlights some of the important questions that the Scrutiny Committee asked at our last meeting. And one of them is forging relationships with members, our question about IROs, so the independent reviewing officers. And we didn't ask that question just because we want these people to take time from the work they're doing to make relationships with members. We raised it because Ofsted, in their most recent report, indicated that it's crucial that that's done, and that the aim of that is to triangulate the information that managers are giving us. So we're going to keep pursuing that question until we actually get some movement on that. And finally, I would, on behalf of the Scrutiny Committee, like to add our thanks and my own thanks to Miriam Davidson and Suzanne Joyner for the excellent leadership and public service they've provided during their time with us, and especially in their service to the children and young people of our borough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cindy Hughes, and I'd echo those comments again. Any question or comment to Councillor Cindy Hughes, please? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hughes, this is probably not even within your remit, but I don't really quite know where to ask. Obviously, we have vulnerable children. I'm wondering how many of those vulnerable children actually come from parents who aren't particularly well educated themselves, or are very young and could do with some parenting skills to enable them to help their children. I don't know if this is something that's a cross-purpose thing between children and adults, or if it's something that hasn't even been thought of before. Thank you.
Interesting question. Councillor Cindy Hughes. You're on mute.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to take all of the questions and answer them together if it would save time.
All right, yeah, that's good. Councillor, thank you for that, Councillor Cindy Hughes. Councillor Tostevin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to the performance data, question 22, if my memory serves me right, the number of care leavers who are not in employment, education or training seems to have gone up. And this is obviously a very critical time for them. And I just wondered what support was being put in place to help them through a time when it's quite difficult to gain employment at the best of times.
Finally, Councillor Wallace. Thank you, Councillor Tostevin. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd just like to back up Councillor Allen's very important question. Would Councillor Hughes, Cindy Hughes, agree that there are very many vulnerable parents out there, whether they're younger parents, parents with mental health issues, parents who live chaotically, maybe they have drug or alcohol addictions. One of the challenges that we now face is that as a result of significant public finance cutbacks, the Children in Need programme, which was there to support families like that, has been reduced almost entirely, and consequently the child protection services now have to step in at the last minute when matters are really very bleak. And I wonder whether that's something, in light of what Councillor Allen has asked, that the committee could turn their mind to.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor, but I'm assuming you asked me to come in there?
No, I didn't. I asked, I do apologise. I'm like many of us, I'm starting to wear a bit. Councillor Cruddas, please, you've raised your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Councillor Cindy Hughes for being made chair of one of our scrutiny committees. I think it's very healthy that we have an opposition member chairing a scrutiny committee. It's something we were always very keen on when we were in opposition, but we never got the chance. I think the questions that have been asked are the things that our services struggle with every day. We have early interventions, we've got family services, and whilst the specific questions do need addressing, I think people shouldn't forget that we've got a huge, in excess of 200 people every day striving to keep our children safe. And it's very right that we look at the problems of particular very small items with what they do, but we shouldn't take away from the fact we've just congratulated Sue Joyner for a wonderful job, and we shouldn't always recognise that the things that the scrutiny committee are going to pick at are the peripheral bits that we think might be bettered. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hughes to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of the councillors who've asked questions. I'm not in this role the person to defend our services. In this role, I champion the committee, I chair the committee, who is the critical friend of our services. So all of the points that you've raised, the idea of the fact that we have vulnerable children whose parents themselves are vulnerable and maybe lack parenting skills, the fact that our NEET numbers have gone up and that care leavers are among them. I mean, I could let you know that actually some good things are happening, but that's not my job as chair of the scrutiny committee. My job is to take your comment, Councillor Tostevin, and bring that to committee, and with committee, take the decision to either put that on our work program or not, based on the priorities that the committee sets. And Councillor Wallace, exactly the same. I mean, you have great experience in relation to working with families that are affected by the toxic trio of mental health, alcoholism, or drug abuse. And it is a serious issue in our borough, and we need to do all that we can to support our children and young people. But my role as chair of the scrutiny committee, I'm tempted to answer as cabinet member, but that's not my role. My role is to bring this back to committee and to actually take it to them, and we set our priorities together. And I can assure you, I will advocate strongly for the issues that you've raised tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. And just in response, I would say as Mayor, I'm neither an executive member and nor am I a scrutiny chair. What I am is a Mayor representing the people. And I think on behalf of the people, regardless of some of the controversial issues that we may discuss, we should not lose sight of some of the great work staff from Darlington Borough Council have strived to do during very, very challenging times. And for that, I, as Mayor, on behalf of the people of Darlington, are very appreciative of that. Okay, I thought I would make that point. If we could move to item 9D, which is overview of the Health and Housing Scrutiny Committee, I'd advise Councillor Bell to introduce his report. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note that the content of my report on the working of the Health and Housing Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. I would also like to say thank you to Marion, who's been an absolute brilliant mentor for the past year. And I also want to put thank you out to the partnerships like the NHS who have been attending the meetings, because I know that they are going through a very busy period at the moment. So I would like to thank the partners that do do attend the meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Bell, and I did skip Councillor Durham's committee, and I'll return to that. Any questions for Councillor Bell or comment?
Hello, can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah,
actually, just a suggestion, if I may. Following Councillor Crumby's work on hoarding, it would be worth and useful information if that...
Councillor Lee, can I just pause you there for a moment? Did you raise your hand indicating that you wish to speak because there was somebody before you?
I apologise.
You did. Can I bring them in, and then do you wish to speak, ask a question of Councillor Bell?
I want to make a comment.
All right, well, let me bring in the person who raised the hand first. Councillor Heslop.
Hi, Councillor Bell. I just want to ask where we are with cruise services provision in Darlington. As of the 2nd of the 9th, as I understood it from the Scrutiny Committee, you were going to go to Cabinet re-provision and funding. I was a bit concerned when I heard from another member on the Health Scrutiny Committee that he had said that it was hush-hush and Cruise was being located to Firth Moor Community Centre. So basically, in this day of transparency, I'm just curious to know where we are with cruise services and what is happening. Thank you.
Yep. I know Thank you. I know some funding has been given to cruise services and they are starting back up again. I think that was a brushing comment made to your colleague. And what I can say is that it was just an idea. It's not fully located there. They haven't made that full decision yet. And if it does go ahead and it does go to Firth Moor Community Centre, that is only be one of many hubs. They're hoping to get many hubs around town to accommodate the people who do require their services, and it is such an amazing service that we do need in Darlington. So yeah, I appreciate Councillor who you're referring to. It was a passing comment made in the street. It wasn't hush hush, it's just the fact that it hasn't been announced by Cruise Bereavement Services yet, and that it is just an idea. So yes, we are moving forward. I myself are waiting for an update on that as well. Obviously, we can't really press Cruise Bereavement. They have to make their own decision. It's not a council decision to be made. They need to decide themselves. But what I would do is I would like to thank Councillor Wright, who has been assisting them in trying to locate somewhere for them to base out of over that end of town.
Thank
and I
you,
welcome
Councillor
anyone else
who has some ideas on where Cruise Bereavement could also be based. So they would also be welcome.
Can I bring in Councillor Wright now? I don't know whether are you there, Councillor Wright?
Hi. I'm obviously in our last meeting, I was appointed to be on the board for Cruise Bereavement, and I have been working alongside Cruise. It wasn't hush hush. I was going into a meeting to see if there was space for them in here, and then Cruise had been over to have a look. It's not my decision, it's not the council's decision, it was just me helping along. They have still not come to the full decision. As soon as they said they will know where they're going to do it, it'll go back to the board and give us all an update. So it wasn't a hush hush, but I am working with them doing fundraising and I am on the board.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any comment on that, Councillor Bell, before I bring the last question in?
No, I would just like to thank Councillor Wright again.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Holroyd, you may have a question. Councillor Holroyd, Councillor.
Sorry, I was on mute.
All right. Okay.
Apologies. I note that the Loneliness and Connected Communities Task and Finish group, which is joint with Health, hasn't met since the onset of COVID. And I was just concerned that that was kind of being let slip slightly, particularly given it's very relevant to the pandemic, with many people locked in at home and potentially feeling more lonely and less connected to their communities. And I just wanted to raise that.
No, and that's absolutely great. And this is something I actually raised with Democratic Services and questioned when that next meeting was going to go ahead. So that is something I've raised with them as well. I do believe she said that there was a meeting coming up in the following month. So I will push that again, but hopefully that is going to come up because it is also very connected to this.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. And can I make profuse and abject apologies to Councillor Lee, who I asked him to wait, and then I brought other people in before. I do apologise, Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee, if I can bring you in now.
Thank you, Chair. Patience is my middle name, by the way.
So I've heard, Councillor Lee. Your question is?
It's not a question. It's just I just picked up on Councillor Crumby's comment about hoarding. Very, very important. It's probably a side issue, but a very important issue. I do hope that when more investigation is being done on hoarding, that this information is fed back to our fire service, because it'll make very, very interesting information to our fire service when they're doing their inspections, and they are made aware of these houses which are potential fire risks. They know what they're going into. I'm not too sure if you're allowed to do that with the Data Protection Act, but I'm sure somebody will look into that.
I'm sure they'll find a way, and I'm sure Councillor Bell will take on board your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bell. If we could move now to back to Councillor Durham, and I do apologise profusely and again abjectly, Councillor Durham, for skipping over your valuable report. Are there any comments that you would wish to make, Councillor Durham, as you present the report?
No, Chair. It was the fact that I accidentally pressed the wrong button and I actually left the meeting and had to rejoin. But I would just ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee, which has previously been circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Is there any question or comment? Okay, fantastic. If we could move now to item 9E, Local Services Scrutiny Committee, I would invite Councillor Renton to introduce his report. Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me this time?
We can.
Good.
Yes.
I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. In doing so, I would like to treat your tired ears to a few words. We've held 2 thorough scrutiny committees so far, one even lasting over 4 hours, where we saw representations from cabinet members, officers and outside organisations, all well interrogated, and all outstanding questions have now been answered and will be addressed at the next committee. And in order to make our rail themed committee in October as effective as possible, you will read that I've set up a Rail 2025 task and finish with the help of my advice on the project, Councillor McCollum, which will hopefully see all councillors taking part in a Darlington Heritage Awareness Survey, so expect an email from that soon. We have a huge workload to get through this year, but after the start we've had, where we've all worked very effectively as a scrutiny team, I'm confident we're going to smash it. So back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Fantastic. Any question or comment? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Renton, page 87, paragraph 8. Have I missed it? I understood that people from MAM were producing a report which they were supposed to be giving. I didn't know whether it was just to our committee or whether it was going to be to all councillors, but I haven't had one yet, and I just wondered if you'd heard anything or if in fact I have actually missed it.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Councillor Renton to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have received that email. As I understand, everyone was copied in because I've had a few councillors contact me about the document, but I will make sure it's forwarded to you just in case you were left out.
Thank you, Councillor Renton. Can I bring in Councillor Cully, please? Councillor Cully.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. It's been a very long meeting, but I was hoping and wondering if the whole council would like to congratulate the Mowden pub, along with Alan and I. Tonight they have won the EI Publican Partnerships Pub Hero of the Year award for all the work that they did during the coronavirus when it first started. They were delivering food parcels all around Mowden. And they've won a very prestigious award this evening, we've just discovered. So that was just a bit of good news to finish on. Thank you very
No,
much.
we've had lots of good news throughout.
Well, okay, a bit more good news then.
What I would say, Councillor Cully, is I think we would all like to celebrate this fact. I actually popped in, if you follow Mayor of Darlington Facebook page, I popped in with the Mayoress to say my personal thanks to the couple who run the pub for the extraordinary work that they undertook during lockdown. Just to report, I only drank Coca-Cola and I paid for it. So there you go. That's true, actually, Councillor Durham. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I start by thanking Councillor Renton for his diligent work as chair and his leadership in getting the task and finish off the ground. I'm delighted to be vice on this project. If I can return to the point Councillor Allen was making, figures were circulated to members of both committees that were in attendance at that meeting. However, I would ask, does the member share my concern that the figures were only made available to members 3 weeks after the meeting, and also that these were produced after a cabinet meeting where provision was made for the funding to be released for the indoor market redevelopment? Surely it'd be better if scrutiny had sight of such relevant figures such as the current performance of the market before we hand over the keys to the castle. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Renton to respond.
As you know, I had asked that all unanswered questions were answered within 2 weeks, but that was as council officers. Obviously, MAM is an outside organisation, so I can't hold them to that 2 weeks, and I can't comment on the timeliness of their reply as to the cabinet meeting. So I'm afraid I can't help you on that one.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes scrutiny reports. Item number 10 is membership changes. Are there any membership changes this evening? No. Thank you, members. That concludes the business of the council meeting this evening, with one exception. I would like to thank Councillor Heather Scott for something she's done tonight. Where is Councillor Heather Scott? All right, I can't see. You are wearing yellow and blue, Councillor Heather Scott. Well, just to trail to members, I will be seeking to have within schools and also GP practices a yellow and blue non-uniform day on the 23rd of October at the end of half term to raise money for dementia, which is their corporate colours in Darlington, Dementia Friendly Darlington, and also the Lullaby Trust. So thank you. And hopefully on the 23rd, you'll be wearing the same leader and putting some money in the pot for my mayoral challenge fund. Thank you, everyone. We finished earlier, went for longer on than I expected, but it's been an enjoyable and pleasurable meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank